All right, everybody. Welcome back to Con Order. We're going to have a very special guest tonight, Smart Alec.
Hi. My hair looks ass.
It's okay. I killed my throat. You talk to him.
Oh. Hi, audience. I am here. I don't got much else to say aside from Crow might be dying, but I think John Swan's video was all right despite me not liking John Swan.
Okay. I think that the video, and we talked just a little bit before we started. You know, you said that you acknowledge that there are flaws with the video.
Oh, definitely. There's
Oh,
also some things that are very hypocritical within it, especially
okay.
some of the narrative stuff.
Now, my issue with the video is, dude, Jar. Man, that's what he looks like. I could kick his ass.
God damn.
I'm going to the gym.
That's mean. Yeah, dude, go to the gym. Fucking hit the weights. Like, honestly, you know,
Jar's a fucking robot. How can I hit a metal body?
get a magnet.
Oh, a good idea.
You don't even need to fight the fucker. Scramble his brains.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen. My stance on John Swan's video is that it is fucking propaganda. Okay, and when I say that, I know it's a loaded term and everything. I mean the video is specifically formatted in a way to manipulate the viewer into a position. I don't think it presents the evidence in an honest format. I think that it is 100% meant to make technicals look like a fucking scumbag, make ZeRo look far worse than the actual evidence shows, right? And there's going to be some other stuff as we get through the video, because I want to be clear. Originally, I was going to be doing this with Sen, right? Sen was going to be the contrarian, but Sen actually watched through all of John Swan's video like the night before, and we wanted to actually give like genuine reactions to it. So like it kind of didn't work, right? Now, I watched up to like 35 minutes when the video dropped, maybe not immediately. It was like a couple days after. I can't remember exactly because it was about like 11 days ago now, just like a little under 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember is the only thing. But anyways, I watched like 35 minutes up until the point where I think the video gets to its conclusion, right? And
it's
then
55 minutes.
Huh?
It's 55 minutes.
The total video is about 55 minutes, but like it's formatted in a way, and I think it's like 35 minutes or 37 minutes. It says conclusion, right? So where John Swan then goes ahead and gives you his opinion, right? Now, I'll be clear. I didn't actually view his opinion. Okay. I viewed parts of it. I didn't watch through that entire thing because I was pretty much done at that point. And like I already said, I already had so many problems with the way the evidence was actually shown. I didn't need to see where he was going with it.
Well, actually,
not to be a dick.
Wait, but for the last 10 minutes,
yeah,
it's kind of interesting you already hate the video and stop there because like there's like a big ass section near the end that like almost none of it I can really defend that much. It's like, and it sounds like it's right before you stopped. It gets really bad for a bit.
I think that's when you get to the actual conclusion, but we can go through where it's presenting through the evidence first. That's the part where we both watched, right?
Yeah.
And it's been a while since I watched it, so you're going to get some... We'll have fun, is all I'll say. But like, genuinely, you do think that the video is good, and I guess for what reasons do you think the video is good?
So I think the video is good in that, well, first of all, we all know that John Swan's a bit of a scumbag, and we all know that this, even though he said it wasn't for to get in good books with commentary, probably was. Ignoring the motives, I think it's good.
You can ignore the motives of this one. I do want to talk about it, but like I don't think it's relevant to the video itself.
Yeah, the video itself I think is good because there's a lot of aspects that are very objective and factual in terms of the research. He gives a lot of the context and a lot of the evidence. He goes after technicals like his logic and some emotional tactics of manipulation he uses. I think And a big thing that I think is important is that, like, John Swan at some point does acknowledge that a lot of these cancellations are pretty weak, and he does emphasize to differentiate this one from something like Call Me Carson, which I think that's important because a lot of people who are already cynical about this stuff, he doesn't try to, it doesn't feel like he's manipulating. He's just like, even if he is manipulating, it's like it's in a factual way. It's in a way where things are being presented. Actual discussion can be had. It's not like a fucking twit longer from who is the kid pyro groomed or whatever.
Oh, Ivory.
Ivory. It doesn't feel. It feels like the polar opposite of Ivory. And John Swan also is knowledgeable of law and stuff, even though that's not super important in this video. Actually, it is because he avoids the discussion.
Well, I don't think the discussion about legality is all that relevant here.
Well, that's good.
Only because we're talking about a crime that if it occurred, right, you're way past statute of limitations. You have a complaining witness who doesn't want to actually come forward, right? Right off the bat, you don't actually have anything to talk about legality. Obviously, nothing's going to happen there. Now, to be clear, I can say one thing that would be criminal, right? Without nudes, right? It would still be illegal if he is sexting with her, right? That would be a crime in California, right? It would be child endangerment. I think there's a specific statute. I apologize. I took a massive hit before we started. But I mean, you can fact check me as far as that one goes, and I'll happily take the fucking L if I'm wrong there. But to my knowledge, if you are sexting with a minor, right? If you're having inappropriate conversations with a minor, that is a crime, right? It's some form of child endangerment. So yeah, they can actually go after you for it. So it is important to me to know if that occurred or not, right? I know that there's this thing about sexting, right? I've been very clear. I don't think that those messages go into what sexting is, right? Like, no, not I really don't feel that way. And I'll be clear, I have issues with the accusation as a whole, right? And issues with the messages as a whole. And I'll explain exactly what they are if you want to talk about it specifically. It's more like God damn it. Let me ask, have you read through the actual twit longer from Jizu with the accusations? Have you read through her twit longer as well? Have you actually read the messages also?
So, like, I didn't keep sadly I didn't really keep track of the names. I did read, like, I read most of the messages. I picked a lot of the ones that I thought were definitely the most incriminating, and I really focused on the ones that looked like it wasn't even a slip up or like ZeRo being in a dark place or naive. I really focused on the ones where it looked like he knew what he was doing was wrong and he enjoyed that fact. That was the part that really got me. So I definitely focused on those.
And those were shown in John Swan's video, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like when we get to them, we can actually fixate on that because that's important.
Yeah. So
I wanted to ask you something though, and it's specifically you said he presents facts, right? And so it might be a little manipulative, but he is presenting it in a factual manner.
Yeah, I think so. Generally speaking, maybe a few exceptions though.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, well, I kind of am. Do you think someone can present facts in a dishonest way?
Oh, 1000%.
Okay,
And
so do you think someone could then format a video presenting facts in a dishonest way in order to manipulate someone into a specific viewpoint?
yeah, and I kind of think Technicals did that in a way.
Okay. Do you think that John Swan did that in a way?
Well, I'm trying to think.
It's a key to my entire argument, actually. I was just trying to get you to agree with my entire point. That's fucking propaganda. So I was trying to trap you. You don't have to answer.
I was probably
I'm a
gonna
dick.
say.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. Gotchas are very important to arguing.
I mean, like, look, that is my entire argument, right? That he's going to present things in a dishonest or in an incredibly manipulative way, right?
Well,
You
I
think
can't
Technicals
really
did the
say
same
much.
thing?
I can't really say much yet
Yeah.
because we haven't gotten to any good examples of that yet, and I think
Well,
those
when
will
we
be
get into
very
the
important.
video,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
But like, look, here's the thing, right? We criticize media for doing it, right? We criticize like news media for doing it too, right? Like
Oh yeah.
we see it all the time, like, especially with things like surveys, statistics. People can present you with things that are factually true, but do it in a dishonest way in order to push a narrative, right? Now, look, it's on me to show you, right, and either convince you or convince the audience that John Swan does that, okay? Right? That's my argument. That's what I actually have to prove, right? Your argument to me would, I guess, be that you don't feel that he did that.
I think
I don't want to put like words in your mouth. I just want to know what you feel.
my
Like
argument.
what do you feel like you need to prove to me on the video?
I feel like what I need to prove in the video is that John Swan is though flawed, his video is for the most part good, and even if he's a bit of a sleaze bag, it's in good faith
Yeah,
in this
we both agree. We both agree.
yeah,
That's
in this
fine.
specific situation. He is doing this if in I want to be careful with my words, but I'm just going to
It's
be bold.
okay.
I'll say good faith. He is doing
Okay.
this in good faith. Technicals has been exposed for the context of this, and I think ZeRo is too fucking creepy to be just. I know it's like the terminology is like welcome back ZeRo or like welcomed into this or that community, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just gonna say forgiven. I don't think he should be forgiven
Yeah,
or
so
redeemed.
okay. And just so that I understand it too, you feel that the purpose of Technical's video, right, was specifically to redeem slash vindicate ZeRo of the accusations against him, or downplay the more serious accusation, and that would be akin to actually defending a pedophile.
Yeah, like I mean, it's
I mean, for the I get like you do the EBO file and everything. I'm not that realistically, people are calling this ZeRo a pedophile. Yes.
right.
Okay. Perfect.
So I think people get. Of course, it's ironic since his name is Technicals. Everyone's getting so technical about it, but like,
Well, no, he did the
it's very
detective.
difficult.
He did the detective fucking scheme. So yeah, I think it's fair to criticize him on his deductive reasoning. Like, of course,
I think
he did it.
like even if they want to pull the "I'm not defending ZeRo" card, I mean, once again, there's the sob stories that in the video, and it ends with like him saying, "You don't have to forgive ZeRo, but here's the hashtag welcome back ZeRo." Like it's pretty
Yeah.
clear what his agenda is. Even if he wants to say he's not defending I mean, not fuck. If he's
ZeRo,
not,
ZeRo.
yeah, if
Yeah,
he's not defending ZeRo, he's at least like maybe defending, maybe downplaying, maybe saying he's redeemed, you know, just stuff like that. And I disagree with that claim.
Okay, and let me ask you just two things, because I want to get into what you feel the purpose of John Swan's video was. But the first one is, how do I say this? How do I phrase this in a way that makes sense? Let me go on to the other point, because I don't want to phrase a question in a really dumb way. Do you feel the purpose of John Swan's video is to get across that Technicals is defending this pedophile, right? That he does have bad motivations for what he is doing.
So I feel like it's a bit of
defending a pedophile would be a bad motivation. I don't care if like you can justify
right.
it internally. It would be a bad thing. It's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you're saying like
the purpose
I
of
mean,
John
I
Swan's
agree
video
that
is to expose that Technicals is defending a pedophile, and that ZeRo is a a bad person who should not in any way, shape, or form be allowed on YouTube. I think he does make the point about like banning them from YouTube, him and the other guy.
I forget. I don't think banning was explicitly mentioned, but I do think that
Not like welcome back to YouTube.
yeah.
Yeah, not welcome back to. I think originally the argument, because I don't think John Swan made it in his video. Originally, the argument was that when he said the welcome back, he was saying like welcome back to Smash tournaments, right? Which freaked everybody out because children go to those tournaments, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, technicals. I know there was a bit of a back and forth on it. It seems like now people do accept that the welcome back is specifically to YouTube because he's still banned from the tournaments, and technical says he doesn't want him unbanned from those tournaments, right?
Right.
Okay. So the welcome back is he shouldn't be welcome back to YouTube. People should not be okay with him being on YouTube and everything, right?
Right.
Okay. So the thing is, a part of that video is basically stating that Technicals has very bad motivations for what he is doing, right? It is not okay to do a video that is defensive or supportive of somebody who has done what ZeRo has done. And what ZeRo has done is the claims are sexting a minor and asking her to do incredibly inappropriate things. I don't want to be super graphic, just to be fair with everybody.
Funny
and
Ice
then,
Cube, yeah.
Yeah. I Ice Cube and then take photos and send it to him, right? Like these are hardcore fucking crimes, by the way. Now I disagree that Technicals has those motivations, right? And one thing I do want to know is I've been watching Technicals and not too much, right, before this stuff. But Aura co-owns the channel. Toy Bounty Hunters, John, he does a ton of this stuff, right? Like a bunch of like Toku Sentai, like super deep nerdy fucking shit, right? He's very familiar with like con scenes, tournament scenes, people in that industry, right? So they've been paying attention on YouTube to the stuff that's going on in the Smash community, and one of those people is Technicals that they've been following, right? So they've been watching his channel a lot, and so they kind of knew, because they later had Technicals actually on a podcast, so he confirmed a lot of the things that they had been telling me that they suspected. Are you someone who's watched his content, or did you only kind of like hear about Technicals with the Sky Williams stuff?
I've literally never heard of Technicals prior to this entire. I've never heard of him at all.
All right. Okay. See, like the thing is, it.
That's why I was making misinformed takes just all the time. Like, what was it in November? Like, I was like trying to even get a glimpse of like just asking what the fuck's going on. And I kind of feel like another reason I like Swan's video is like he at least kind of gave enough evidence in one spot where it's like I can kind of catch up. So yeah, I think in terms of John, like the claim in the video, I don't think it's like as simple as you are like evil Technicals is defending pedophile until the last 10 minutes where it kind of went into the brother shit.
Okay,
or whatever.
yeah, look. I want to talk about this real quick, and I'm gonna do a shameless plug for next stream on Wednesday. I hope you're okay with that, buddy.
Oh, the horrors.
What do you mean the horrors?
I'm being a smart Alec.
Okay, cool. It's an okay thing, guys. Don't worry. So shameless plug. Next Wednesday, this will be the stream. So
the horse fucker shit. I still don't understand.
Yeah, okay. I'll get into all of it, right? Because the horse fucker doesn't seem to understand why he is called a horse fucker. And why
I know
Nicholas
Diorio mentioned something about.
Oh, the glue factory. That's got nothing to do with it. Got nothing to do with it. Got nothing
that makes
to do
it
with
better,
it.
Though.
Like, to be clear, I started calling him a horse fucker because of him posting the shit about Technical's brother. Connor, the horse fucker, was the first to post it. Okay?
Well,
that's why I called him a horse fucker to begin with, right? And you want to call me an asshole and everything? Fuck off. That is so below the fucking belt, you pieces of fucking shit. And, I'll go into great detail why you're such fucking scumbags and the fucking moral fagging over goddamn Zap Tie. You pieces of fucking shit. You got your dude's brother and then you fucking go and bring up fucking Zap Tie? Really? Really? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
I think Keemstar's soy face when like someone mentioned that he was 13 just describes that whole situation.
Jesus Christ. Look, let me just be very fucking clear. Gosh, how do I say this? And I don't want to, be a total asshole or anything.
It's all good.
There seems to be like a really gross misconception with what my issues with these things are, right? Also, I really got to talk about the shit with fucking Tommy, right? Like Jesus, man, right? Like, who was your inside source? Your fucking whiskey? God damn, dude. I know I joke you're an alcoholic, but for fuck's sakes, where did you fucking get your information from, right? Like, where? God. Like, I listen to this guy
talk. There's like a group of people who just don't seem like they have critical thinking skills, and a lot of them are in the commentary community.
Okay, look, I mean, this guy is so fucking irrelevant and stupid, but like, sometimes he just goes so far over the fucking line, and I'm like, okay, all right, well, now I gotta talk about you, asshole. I'm affecting your business. Fucking Christ. Look, here's the thing, right? I see people outright stating that asking questions in some way defending a fucking pedophile, right? Fuck off. Like, if you haven't learned anything from me too, asking questions should be done in any situation. Like, if I can't prove something definitively, I'm not just gonna fucking condemn somebody, right? And if you have an issue with me asking questions, I have to assume that there's a reason why, right? Because if me asking questions really isn't going to change anything, why the fuck do you care, right? How does that affect anything? Right? If I'm saying like there's something wrong with this picture and you're going, he's affecting people's opinions. Like, I don't even know what's wrong with the fucking picture.
Oh yeah, whenever people get mad at like accusations being questioned, that's the biggest red flag for me. That's almost
right? Like,
that's like a hard confirm it's fake.
Here. Tommy thinks that I'm a contrarian, but let me help him out with something from like personal fucking
I think
experience.
we should get back on topic.
No, Redsky, I'm muting you.
What?
Fucking hell.
I mean, he might be right.
He is right.
Minutes.
He is right. But
okay,
this will be the final thing I'm going to say. Okay, don't ever fucking cut me off when I'm in the middle of a rant. Listen, Tommy seems to think that I am some sort of fucking contrarian or some sort of clout chaser or something, right? No, it's just I look at the way that I got talked to during the power cynical shit and the way people talk to me now with the ZeRo shit, right? And it reminds me an awful lot of what you guys said when it came to like the Zap Tie stuff, right? People chased off Tommy C from looking into that situation by calling him pedo defender and all this other shit, right? So he gave up and then he went ahead and just joined the fucking crowd. And then later on, he gave this tearful fucking apology when it came out that Zap Tie wasn't the things people were saying. I'm not saying like that's what's going on here. I'm just saying like I just want to be fucking accurate because I cannot cry on fucking command and I don't have the ability to get as worked up about this shit as you guys do. Right? I do get angry, but like I've never fucking cried. Jesus Christ. Anyways, we'll get back on topic now. But that's a stream for Wednesday. Someone finally showed me this fucking clip. I should have watched it sooner. I would have had great fucking content back at the time. But I'm not going to let this go. Absolutely not. I'm petty and vindictive. Assholes.
Gigi Evans says Connor is a clopper. Full poi PvP. Who is inside your voice? Your fucking whiskey. LMFAO. You crack me up. It's been too long. Demon King Drago. Them getting salty about Zap Tie is like when the playground bullies make fun of your little brother and you bring up that their friend got his ass whipped.
That was great.
I'll be Mr. Chat Reader.
That was fucking great. Jesus, chat was awesome. Okay, all right, let me get these super chats though. You guys are amazing. Fofo PvP. Oh, okay. CA. Like I used to see CA in California. It's Canadian. Who's your inside voice? Your fucking whiskey. LMFAO, your inside sort. Whatever. LMFAO, you cracked me up. It's been too long. I haven't seen you in a while, dude. Where have you been? I'm really curious. Tell me in chat. I've missed you. Demon King Drago. Them getting salty about Zaptai is like when playground bullies make fun of your little brother and you bring up their friend got his ass whipped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like the thing is like I'm just defending John's video. The rest of the commentary's reaction to this is just the most hilariously blatant. Augie's a fucking retard. Just like, oh my god.
We'll save that shit for Wednesday. Let's get into the actual video.
Right.
Okay. Are you okay skipping through the intro?
I'm actually glad because like that part was like pretty useless.
Yeah,
First 4 minutes or 5.
Yeah, okay, perfect. I'm just gonna speed.
I think it was really stupid how he like framed the zinger at the end.
Okay, look. I want to bring up something that's a little bit more stupid. Okay, and this is not related to anything in the video. God damn it! Now I got to get our moderator to come back.
Retsky, no!
Jesus. Fucking come back, man.
Funny Retsky, we didn't mean to bully you away.
It was like for 10 minutes. Jesus. Okay. He's playing Elder Scrolls now, so that's the problem. Okay.
Oh. Sen want a mod?
Yeah, dude, Sen, come on and fucking mod. Jesus.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, dude, Sen, come mod for us. Like, all right. Look, okay. While we're waiting to see if we can get Retsky back or Sen, I want to bring up something in this fucking video, and it really drives me fucking insane. Look, aesthetics are important to me, right? Okay? They are. They really are.
Yeah.
Okay? He's got the fucking technicals get up and everything. I don't expect him to be exact or anything like that, right? Why's he got a fucking oil lamp here and like a little like interrogation lampy thingy here that's too modern, right? Like, just get rid of the fucking oil lamp. It does not do anything. It doesn't even match the aesthetics because you can see the big high-tech microphone right here.
Yeah,
like a giant fucking black dick in your face, dude. So, like, just get rid of the fucking oil lamp. It ruins your entire fucking theme.
I can't criticize this because, like, I had a very bad degree because all I thought I was good at was video editing. So, basically I got stuck in a movie degree and I'm bad at movies. Waste of money and time. But yeah, I can't criticize this at all because my shit's so much worse. Wait, that's the left.
God. You know, the thing is, I got to ask someone from my community to come in and moderate, and I don't know anyone that I trust.
I can moderate.
You cannot moderate. Fucking guys. I just want someone to break us up if we start to fucking fight. We might. I'm very mean right now. You have no clue the kind of fucking day I've had.
Oh, I've had a slightly traumatic one too.
I couldn't get I'm type 1 diabetic, right? So I need insulin,
geez.
right? But I switched to this new job and can't get. All right. Oh, GG Evan says he'll do it. I don't know if I trust GG Evan. Nah, I definitely don't trust you. YouTube made great again. I trust Pel the Pelican. He doesn't have a fucking mic, so we're fucked. Okay, look. Let's just play through it. The intro's the intro.
I have a good idea that you'll love.
What?
If we're fighting too much, the chat can give you a super chat to tell us to break up.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. If we only $20 super chats, let's be like maximum fucking grifters with this shit.
Oh yeah,
yeah, $20.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I don't
totally.
really. It's not going in my pocket.
It's going in my pocket. Guys, I rely on the YouTube income. Without the YouTube income, I couldn't afford any of this.
You're right. Today officially marks the beginning and end of an era in Smash history. In the past year, we've seen a growth in distrust of leadership, entire cases turned upside down, and a once silent majority no longer afraid to question the status quo. I mean, why shouldn't they? The loudest ones are the reason both you and I are here in the first place. But as I said before, that ends today. Because today I'll show you how two of the biggest cases in Smash history have never been solved. Until now.
In July 2020, serious allegations were brought to light that threatened the reputation of one of the Smash community's biggest titans. They focused around ZeRo, a Smash YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers. ZeRo had built a reputation over the previous 15 years of being one of the greatest Super Smash Bros. Players in the world, setting a world record of 56 consecutive tournament wins from November 2014 to October 2015. There seemed to be no stopping ZeRo and his continual success. So the community was rightfully taken by shock when Jisoo, a rather large player in the Smash scene, started to make some rather severe accusations against ZeRo. The community, of course, ate them up without much thought, as they always do. And that's when Technicals comes in. Technicals is past.
Okay, so one thing, and I think it's relevant to the entire situation, right? And we'll go into it later on too. When Jisoo, let me use her accurate name. When Jisoo presented the accusations originally, Katie's story was not a part of those accusations. Katie's story came in later, right? There was about 5 accusations against ZeRo at the time, and then Katie's accusation came in after the fact, right? Now, when he's saying that people were eating it up, that is true, right? Katie's was weird though, right? There was a lot of inconsistencies in Katie's story originally, right? That's why I was asking if you had like read through everything. I don't want to get too nitty gritty with it because I'll probably I might do that on Wednesday, but I don't think I'm gonna need to respond to that shit. So
I basically just saw the Katie shit, but I didn't see the Jizoo shit. And given that John Swan also seemed to agree she was shitty, I figured I don't need to look that up, do I?
no. Look, I understand people not looking into it, right? I really do. You're trusting content creators to basically present you with information on this stuff.
I don't really trust John Swan. I did look into the Katie
No.
stuff.
I mean, like in general, right? There's a lot of people who do the research for you and present it for you in an easily formatted and digestible way, right? It tends to be the way with most things. Like not even just YouTubers, right? People on fucking Twitter will do it. They'll have like long threads detailing things. People do
Or they
entire
just say a single sentence that is a
Oh,
complete
yeah,
lie.
or that. But the thing that I found interesting when I was going through and asking people, back then what was going on, right? Katie's accusation back then, people were looking into it because it looked it looked sus, right? There was a lot of inconsistencies with that stories. There were very large claims being made that weren't in the actual messages, right? The messages were bad, but like the claims that came with them were substantially worse, right? And then ZeRo confesses. And then that shuts everything down. Because in ZeRo's confession, he says, do not defend me, right? He says, do not defend me. When he does say like he has evidence that a girl catfished him, he follows it up by saying, it doesn't matter. That doesn't make it right. Right. So like he was saying, even in the case of being catfished, it didn't matter. It didn't make it right, and told people not to defend him. So like, even in the case of being catfished, he was like, still, I'm guilty, right? That's how he was in that letter. So people just said, okay, fuck you. You're confessing to everything, right? That's how this whole thing had gone down.
Honestly, like Katie's stuff, it looks really suspicious, but given ZeRo's not only initial confession, but his later backpedal that we'll get into later, but I don't think makes any fucking sense at all, given just how, I mean, as John Swan later says, like, he's saying that it was a way to just, like, be a way to just destroy his reputation intentionally, but in the letter, he's clarifying things that aren't even important legally as a way to. It doesn't make sense.
Well, are you talking about the original letter for the confession?
I'm talking about both the original confession and the later video that says.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I'm trying to like separate them out, right? The original letter Okay, when you said like he'll present something, right? Specifically, what he presented, one of the things was one of the girls had catfished him, right? She had lied about her age. Okay, in his statement, he does say that. He even says he has evidence, but that he's not going to show it because it doesn't matter and it doesn't make it right. So like the argument that okay, well, he does say this here and then that there. Okay, look, I understand that he did clarify one situation, but then he also told all of his supporters, "Do not defend me." Right? What's the point of providing a clarification on something if it's meant to be a defense of yourself? If you're also telling everybody, don't defend you, do not support me, nothing I do is right. Like, we can read through it again because there seems to be this denial that there's any sort of accountability or remorse on behalf of ZeRo in that letter.
Oh,
And
that's an oversimplification.
I think it's fucking bullshit.
My
Can I-
angle is sure.
Oh, I was just gonna play devil's advocate. Creepshow Art did that thing with "Don't defend me." She went behind the scenes to all her friends and said, "Don't defend me."
Yeah, but this was not her going behind the scenes. This was not ZeRo going behind the scenes. ZeRo made a public statement to all of his supporters to not defend him. That's not going behind the scenes to your commentary bros and telling them, hey, for your reputation, separate yourself from me right now, right? That's a big fucking difference, right? She didn't tell all of her fans, don't support me, don't defend me. No, she actually didn't.
Okay.
Well, I think it is entirely possible and maybe even a bit likely that it was like it. I think here's what I think. I
Okay.
think it was a way for him to be like destroying his own reputation. But I don't think I don't think any of the stuff he admitted was him lying about himself because that won't make sense with him clarifying stuff. So I think that confession means even though he wanted to destroy his own reputation, he also was telling the
Well,
truth about the stuff that was bad. That's what would make sense in my opinion.
no, let me ask you something else. And we gotta like get through with the video, so I'm sorry because we're dropping a bunch of heavy things. Do you think that note could be interpreted as a suicide note?
I mean, like I don't really know if there's like specific like how suicide notes work aside from here's my note, I'm going to kill myself, but like it doesn't say anything about suicide. I'm not sure if it really implies it.
Yeah, look, most people commit suicide, I don't think even leave a note, right? I think it's something like they say 1 in every 4 actually do, right? And the notes vary, right? There's nothing that you can really say is a key theme amongst people that are doing that in their notes. But there are certain indicators that you can look for in a note, right? To identify it as a suicide note, because most of them don't say, I am taking my own life, right? They some of them are very vague, right? Like if you look at his actual note though, I would say that there's 2 indications, and it's the 2 times he is speaking about seeking atonement, right? Atonement, absolution, make your peace with God, right? And
Yeah,
I
I can see
I
the
think
connection.
well, okay, that's why I said like I would look at those as indicators, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not a psychologist. I can only look at it as an indication that is a suicide note because we know he actually did make an attempt on his life. Now, there were two times, right? The first he was talked down, talked out of it. The second time it was I don't want to say successful because obviously he's alive, but like the
He
police
went
were
through with it.
yeah, he actually went through with it. So the police were called. John Wolfe, who actually I think broke the Sky Williams story, confirmed that they actually obtained audio of the police dispatch. Right. So that's where I look at it, and when people say like there's zero remorse, right? There's zero remorse at all. Well, I got to be very clear, right? if you're telling me that this guy was instructing minors to masturbate with ice cubes and shit, right? I don't care if he's fucking remorseful. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Oh God. Well, if he was remorseful, I might feel sympathy. Why? Why? Right?
Agreed.
Right? Let's be honest, right? That would have no fucking factor. But if you're just trying to paint this guy out to be fucking Satan McHitler, then you would go for like the worst possible interpretations in every single way that you possibly could, right? On top of everything else, on top of telling minors to masturbate with ice cubes, he's also not remorseful. Like, why? You're fucking stupid. Like, this
I don't really get where the remorse is coming into this. I mean, I guess, like, actually, there is a bit of a factor where the remorse comes into this specific discussion, which is the whole welcome back. It's like, since, like, the crux of Technical's argument is that, like, oh, another thing is the way Technicals talks about these messages. He seems to believe, like, everything mentioned pretty much. And that's how, for the purpose of John and his video, they're reliant on these screenshots being real. And if I recall correctly, even the ice cube thing, they're both like reliant on that being real. So I think one thing that's important
Well,
is
hold on. I don't think Technicals is relying on the Ice Cube story being real.
like he doesn't really. I don't know if like it's been a while since Tech's video, but like I don't remember anything about him like saying the ice cube wasn't real. I remember him discussing that like countering the claim and saying stuff like, "Oh well, I mean, if he asked it, he didn't receive any images or something."
I think that there was like the argument of whether or not he actually received CP, but
which is implying that he thinks it's a valid enough claim to discuss, and he's not.
Well, hold on. He could just be clarifying exactly what we're talking about.
Well,
I mean, look, if he states something factual, right? But he stated something factual, right? But you wanted him to say something else, like, or you don't think that the factual statement is all that relevant to what you're talking about. It doesn't mean he's downplaying it. He stated something that was just factual.
Yeah, but well, it's only if there's the idea that the ice cube like is never happened or it did happen. And he's stating it. The way he's framing it. He's just kind of like, how do I say it? It's like both.
Yeah.
He's just kind of going along with it as if, yeah, he asked.
Well,
which
look,
is bad.
I think Technicals has more inside information with ZeRo, right? Because Namdam actually said it here, and I didn't want to. I want to start playing the video. The remorse point in the video comes when John Swan shows screenshots of Technical and ZeRo talking in Discord about wanting to pressure Jizu to know Katie's identity. Now, we can wait until we actually get to that point, but we know for a fact, and John Swan knew this at the time. I believe, right? You know, when was the lawsuit actually announced, right?
The lawsuit was announced a long time ago.
Yeah. So everybody's known about this lawsuit, and we've said it from the start. If there's a lawsuit, any statement that he makes, his attorneys are going to okay it, and it's going to be the most generic shit that cannot jeopardize anything, because he's in a defamation lawsuit. Okay, so public statements that he makes against these people could absolutely be thrown in his face once you get to a SLAP hearing, right? SLAP is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. So it's like you're using a lawsuit to shut down someone's First Amendment rights to free speech, right? If he's making statements that these women are hoes and they're liars and they're bitches, right? Yeah, I'm being a little, being a little silly with it, but you get what I mean, right? That can absolutely be thrown in his face in a SLAP hearing, where they like, Your Honor, clearly he has malice or some stupid shit against my clients, and he's just trying to silence their right to free speech. Shit like that. And it's happened before.
I'm kind of confused how that relates to this, I guess, specifically.
Okay. So there's a lawsuit going on right now.
Yeah,
okay?
with like, yeah.
Katie is named in the lawsuit. Katie is being sued for defamation. Part of defamation is not you being able to prove that they can't prove what they're claiming about you. It's not a criminal case, right? In a criminal case, he's like scot-free because you can't prove shit, right?
Yeah.
But in a defamation suit, the burden's actually on him, not them. So in a defamation suit, he doesn't have to prove that they can't prove what they are claiming about him. He has to prove that they knowingly lied, right? So he has to prove that when Katie made the statements about him, that she was lying at the time and that she knew that she was lying, okay? That would be an element of his defamation lawsuit. That's actually the core of the defamation lawsuit. It's actual malice. He has to prove it. So my point is, on the Ice Cube story, if you think that's true, right, why the fuck is he suing Katie?
The thing is, I'm not necessarily saying I think it's true. What I'm saying is, well, first of all...
Because this is what I said about Technicals having more inside information on the stuff. I'm pretty sure Technicals knows this and knew this at the time he did his video.
I think the Ice Cube thing, that's important to the... I think what I'm trying to say is I don't think we can we can dismiss it for the purpose of this specific video, because we can't use it as a point against John Swan, because the way Technicals conveys it,
you can.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, hold on. You absolutely can. You know why? Because the lawsuit was announced a long time ago, and in John Swan's video, there's a conversation between ZeRo and Technicals trying to figure out Katie's identity. Now, to them, they used it as a sign of no remorse. To me, I would look at it and go, clearly, he's suing Katie. You idiots. Jizu doesn't even need to... Look, Jizu presented 10 fucking claims against the guy, right? And if 9 are completely false and fabricated, but 1 is fucking real, she cannot be taken out in defamation. That defamation in the United States is a very different fucking thing that is in the UK, and it's something you actually really have to have some basic understanding of, right? That's why I said this stuff is kind of important, and I don't think that John Swan did any level of fucking research, and there was no nuance taken at all when this video was put together. It is a propaganda piece, because if you look at that, right, and you pulled your head out of your ass for 10 seconds, you'd see, well, maybe there's a reason why they're trying to figure out who Katie is. And it's not because they're trying to dox her or something stupid like that. Sorry. I didn't mean to go off on you, buddy. I told you.
I don't really know. Well, I didn't.
We'll go into the part where we actually get into that.
Okay,
shit.
but with the Ice Cube, what I'm trying to say is just that it's important legally speaking, and hell, maybe it's even important for the remorse thing, but in terms of, I don't think it's really fair in the context of this video unless you have some proof that Technicals claims in his video that he does not believe in the Ice Cube thing. I'll point it out when we get to it, but the way Technicals frames it, he doesn't frame it like, we don't know if this happened or not, or he frames it like, well, he didn't get the nudes, and even with the thing where did that happen? No, that was just a John Swan thing with the ZeRo apology. That came after Technicals video. Yeah, the ZeRo not ZeRo apology, the ZeRo back pedal on the suicide note.
Wait, what?
I'm trying to think of the timeline.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, so we'll see. How about?
Well, yeah. Let's just start playing the video.
Yeah.
Let me read these 2 super chats, and then I'm gonna play. Because this is what 5 minutes long.
Yeah, and we
I'll-
haven't talked about any of the points that have happened yet.
Yeah. I'll read these 2 super chats because what really happened to ZeRo. Let's just jump into Katie's testimony because that would be the first presentation of evidence. Demon King Drago. John says, let's assume this picture doesn't exist, which means he's saying he believes it's real. Tech says it hasn't been revealed yet.
What?
We'll get into it. He's talking about something later on in the video.
Okay.
Thank you for the super chat, though, Drago. GG Evan. There are too many bird brains in the commentary community. John Swan, Turkey Tom, and Tommy C, the drunken stool pitching. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Like, I'm saving my stuff for Tommy for Wednesday.
Investigations.
Okay. Let's Katie's testimony.
Dear ZeRo, my name is Katie. I used to be in the Smash community. I was 14 years old.
Sorry. This is being done for dramatic effect. I should go to normal speed.
During our conversations on Skype from September 2014 to January 2015. We met online when you were streaming on Twitch, and I messaged you over chat. You seemed to take an interest in me and gave me your Skype username. I, starstruck, made a Skype just for this and began chatting with you. I'll note that I was decently educated when it came to internet safety, but it mainly regarded things like don't message a stranger and whatnot. But you weren't a stranger. You were ZeRo, a top player. You won the E3 Invitational and several tournaments before. Having any attention from someone like you was mind-blowing to me. That's what made me an easy target. I was a young girl enraptured with the idea of being friends with someone I looked up to and admired. You used me in this state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me. To remind you, this is what happened in our conversations. You called me kitty, kitten, honey, all mine, while flirting the entire time.
Tell me some more about you. Like, what do I not know about you?
Oh, I'm 14. I'm a girl. I'm smart, but I love...
Okay, sorry. Someone's gonna go like, he's laughing as he's messaging. I'm laughing because the guy's got dramatic music playing in the fucking background as he's got voice actors reading out the fucking messages. Okay? All right, look, when I say it's a propaganda video, all right, Exhibit A, motherfucker, okay?
Well, John Swan, I mean, he did point out that Technicals was doing stuff for the narrative, but he also played Technicals' clip.
This is emotionally manipulative to the nth fucking degree.
Let me explain though.
I mean, come on.
John Swan, he never criticized the act of a narrative specifically. At least I don't infer it that way. But he does go after like ignoring context to serve a narrative, and he also plays the part where Technicals says that, well, every video is a narrative. I mean, I think there might have been some implications of playing that part. He didn't need to play that part.
No,
I think
that's another factual statement, though.
Yeah, John Swan might have picked that as like a little insurance policy to be like, don't worry, I'm aware that this is also a narrative, but my narrative is funny facts and funny logic, so I'm better.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just... Sorry. When you read through her actual claim there, right? Let me go back a little bit, okay? Okay. Use me in the state to flirt, manipulate, and ask for sexual favors from me, right? Okay. So look, I think you can see flirting in those messages, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Manipulate. I can see the flirting. Look, we'll get to the actual messages. I don't think he manipulates her into doing anything in those messages specifically beyond flirting with her, which again is still wrong, gross, and inappropriate. But you don't ever see him actually ask for sexual favors in those messages.
Well, manipulate. Right? So, the manipulate part, it's a little more subjective, but I see
that's why I'm kind of like, I wouldn't throw it out entirely, but like,
okay, well,
yeah, I could see how you could still justify having it in there. But the asking for sexual favors, that does not happen in the messages.
Yeah, that wasn't screenshotted or doesn't exist.
Yeah.
This is what happened in our conversation.
Oh my god, we have to listen through it again. I'm muting it.
the dramatic music while role playing as teenagers getting fucked by a Smash player is not something I want to see today.
Well, look. They're not actually.
I
They're not
know, but
actually
it's
doing
getting
that.
me.
But, yeah. Okay. I'll put the music back.
You.
Oh, I'm 14. I'm a girl. I'm smart, but I love Smash. Also, do you think that we could video chat one day? Sometime? Not now. You don't have to.
Yeah, sure we could.
Go, ZeRo, go! Imagine me with pom-poms and a cheerleader outfit or something.
Lamau, adorable.
Thanks. Wait, you, the legendary ZeRo, just called me adorable?
Yeah, you're an adorable cutie.
Thanks.
Wait, pause.
So adorable.
No.
What?
I'm just like, maybe it's
look.
just this is one time I'm hearing this, and not only am I cringing, I'm also thinking, do people actually fucking talk like this? If someone proves these are somehow fake, then
Well, someone's like, someone's saying like this is sexting, and I'm like, are you fucking a virgin? Like, I don't know how to fucking talk to someone who reads that out and thinks that they are actually sexting, right? Like, I don't. Like, I literally do not.
well, definitely not this part. But
Yeah.
the assumption might be giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Let's keep going because there's gonna be more messages.
Oh yeah.
Seriously, this is like a big deal for me. You're like one of my role models / favorite persons. Just, I'm your official
It's
adorable
still
cheerleader.
hilarious.
Seriously, I'm blushing so hard right now.
Adorable.
What do you fucking mean? Whoa. No. I'm going back.
You're
I'm going back,
breaking
I'm going
up.
back.
What's going on?
I'm going back like 5 seconds.
Okay.
/ favorite persons. Just, I'm your official adorable cheerleader. Seriously, I'm blushing so hard right now.
Adorable cutie.
No!
What?
You hired voice actors. Why didn't he read the full text? Why didn't he go, Lamau? This is sexting for people. Why didn't you read out the Lamau in a very sexual way so I can understand that the Lamau was meant to be sexual?
Lamau.
Oh, God.
It's funny how people on the internet unironically got more mad with like Donkey not reading entire hate comments for his opinion on a video game, but like, no one seems to care with this.
Holy shit. Okay, good thing I still have my backup up there. But when I slam my fist down,
Oh no.
I broke my dab.
Oh. Well, bam.
You know what? That was worth it.
Oh
Though.
God.
That was worth it though. Oop.
Let me try to be sensual while saying Lamau.
Yeah, Jeff, please do. I gotta repair it.
Lamau. Laughing my ass off.
Maybe not with the mic so close to your face.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't.
That
Makes
me feel like I'm being raped right now.
Take your mic off. Okay, we're taking a quick break. Okay.
It's all.
No. Redsky, come back.
What?
Like, as the moderator, I need you to supervise the chat, get their thoughts and opinions so far.
All right, will do.
I've got to fix. I've got to fix
Did you
my
miss any
backup.
super chats?
Probably a couple.
Not that I see on my end. So let's see what the chat is saying right now. I get the vibe that she's 23-year-old pretending to be cute. That or a valley girl. Yeah, I don't know. The texts, they're more cringe than anything, honestly.
Who said? Wait. Who said they thought it was a valley girl?
Gigi Evan.
Oh, is that a super chat? No. Towards a new dab. Gigi Evan, thank you. I appreciate it. Wait, I don't see that chat from Gigi Evan. Where
it's not a super chat.
Oh, why aren't you reading the non-super chats?
Because you already read all the super chats.
Oh, okay. Then proceed.
Yeah.
Proceed.
All right, I need to see.
Let me highlight the comments.
Mm-hmm.
How far back are you?
I'm not that far back.
Okay, because then I am very far back. What the fuck?
I am.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
there we go. It's at dev end. Okay.
Let's see. The more I see this section, it's weird. She brought up video chatting and stuff. It makes me wonder if this isn't bait. Jim Jones said that in chat. This is how Sen flirts with Augie.
Oh, that's
my
brutal.
God. Oh, that's funny.
Okay, hold on. I need to go see if I have something downstairs. Give me 1 minute.
All right. Imagine being raped by Lamau. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Except I don't think there was any argument of rape. Alec, I think this one's for you. Mike down the throat, Cray game.
Wait, what?
Mike down the throat, Cray game.
Oh yeah. Real cheese. Remember when I did that more often?
Oh man. Is there anything? Yeah, Craigasm. Smash pedos be like, "Ay, Lamau." Cats be like, "Ay, lay meow." Funny. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard mixed things on the John Swan video. Like, I personally haven't watched the entire thing. Oddly enough, it was kind of for the same reasons people were liking it and disliking it. People liked it because he summed up everything the commentary community was tweeting about, and people didn't like it because he was saying everything that the commentary community was tweeting about. So that's kind of interesting.
I'm gonna be honest, I have definitely went back and forth on this video. At first I disliked it, and I was kind of diving deeper into it, and then I'm like, wait, this is kind of...
All right. Well, I got
Okay.
bad news.
What?
What you got?
My backup's going to take like an hour.
Oh, that's just great.
Well, I got to clean it out. So it's really just bad news for our guest.
I guess.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Huh?
Bruh.
What?
Wait, I thought, is the stream canceled or something?
What? No.
Oh, okay.
The bad news is I'm not going to be high at a certain point,
Oh.
and I'm just going to fucking be going at you.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be very angry when I
He'll
come
be
down.
going mask off.
Yeah. I just don't get a 14-year-old vibe from Katie's messages. My daughter at 14 flirting messages were childish and awkward as fucking nothing like this.
Yeah, this feels like forced awkwardness, and like someone just said, I do, like, it's kind of dubious, but like, I feel like ZeRo was like more confusing and dubious than like some of the stuff he's done. That's my thinking. And now it's a lawsuit, and I don't know what the fuck's going on now. I mean, one thing I think we can all agree on is like ZeRo could have fucking handled this better from the beginning, at least. Like, we can agree with that, right?
Wait, what?
Can we all agree, like, at least that ZeRo definitely could have handled this better from the beginning?
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
I think in also terms
but
of
I want to be clear about one thing, right? And this is, first off, yes, then you get into his socially awkward and all that other fucking personal bullshit, right?
Right.
But also, this is 2014. This isn't 2021. This isn't 2020. It's not 2019. It's not Me Too. It's before Me Too, right? Like, I don't think people had their fucking guards up like this in 2014.
Yeah, that's why all the cancellations are about stuff from the past decade.
You get what I mean, right? So, like, I don't think ZeRo, a Smash player, would think that it would be weird for a 14-year-old fan to be contacting him.
I mean,
the
like, initial contact definitely
the initial
weird.
contact, but like when she starts to like some of this stuff, I get it. Like, there's something wrong here, right? There's something wrong here, and it's not just that ZeRo's engaging in it. There's something, you know, like
flirty.
It's definitely flirty, but like it's not sexting, right? Like that's my big thing with these messages.
Legally, it's not sexting, but it's
well,
like...
no, not even legally. It's not sexting.
I just think it's a legal thing.
Yeah, it's not a legal thing.
It's a morality thing, right? I don't think that this is him like doing something where he is getting off to it. I guess would be the best way of putting it. I don't think that it is that, right? But I mean, I still don't think he should be fucking doing it because he's 19 and she's 14. But
I
in terms
think
of
the issue is like when he's like when he starts talking about how like, oh, you're my little secret and no one's gonna know, and it's like,
yeah, like that I want some like that's one of those things where it looks really bad. But I look at this and like this is included. Okay. Oh, thanks. Seriously, I'm blushing so hard right now. Now, if you take out the Lamau and the LOL and ignore that it's all in fucking caps, and you just get adorable cutie, right? Now, then it would sound like this dude is hardcore flirting with her, right? But
I don't think that the Lamau and the Lols make it like
I
less
mean,
flirty.
no, I do. Fucking Christ, man.
I mean, it
Lamau,
sounds
adorable cutie, LOL. Like it's all in fucking caps, man.
well, okay.
Like I don't know, man. I don't. This is what I mean. Like there are weird things with these messages that I'm not getting the same reaction from other people, right? I'm just not getting that same reaction that
plenty
other
of
people are
couples
getting.
like start off with like, oh, they're funny and I think they're cute. There's definitely stuff with that with crushes too. That's 100% a thing that happens, and you see texts with
Well,
like
okay. Let
people,
me
and
go
they
back.
start
Let me
like,
go back in one thing
haha,
here.
funny, lol, and they're like the awkward, diffusing tension stuff, like getting, going along with it and stuff.
Well, so I want to show you another thing in here, and okay, I think this is what is it? Let me make sure because I can't remember who's wearing what.
Time? Not now. You don't have to.
Okay. So, also, do you think we could video chat one day, sometime not now? Like, I mean, generally, if I like, in cases where the pedophile is the one contacting the minor, it's the pedo that's trying to like get them into a voice chat, right?
It can be, well, honestly,
I mean,
it's like,
it could obviously be the minor too, but like I'm just saying one thing that I would look as being like a little bit out of the ordinary would be that the girl is the one who's asking to video chat with him first.
well, I don't actually think so, because like the whole thing of like one of the big things with like age of consent is like emotional maturity, and a lot of teens are dumbasses who think they're more mature than they are, and they're overconfident and they
Well,
want to
okay,
instigate
but like
stuff.
that's not what I'm getting from when I'm reading these messages either, right? Like you're talking about like a teen that wants to sound mature. Read these fucking messages. You're really telling me that that's what you got from this girl when she talks?
That's not okay. Like in terms of mature, I'm not referring to just like
I
generically mature. I'm referring to like sometimes there's the idiot like thoughtlet or whatever
no,
online who wants to ooh or way up.
okay. Look. If someone's trying to like, look, I was a teen once, right? I was a teen who was a fucking smartass, and I thought I was smarter than most people, right? I didn't just like act like a smartass in one way. I tried to be smarter than people in other ways too. So like, if you're going to tell me this girl wants to like put on some sort of airs because she's talking to someone older, right? It wouldn't just be trying to get him into a video chat to prove that she's more mature, right?
That's
She would
not what I'm
stop the
saying.
fucking emojis and shit.
No, she's just trying like what I'm not like saying like mature.
I'm just looking for some consistency here. I'm just saying I don't see consistency with these messages with what I'm being told that they're relating to. Something's not clicking with me here. Something's not speaking right to me here. I get it's probably just me going off fucking gut, but I'm telling you, there's something's not right about this.
The gut feeling is off, but it's not like enough to be like a hard deconfirm or anything. And it is and in terms of like emotional maturity, I'm not saying like, oh, they want to act more mature to impress people older than them.
Yeah.
I'm saying a lot of the time teens think that there's teens who just want to fuck older people, especially with women. And she's crushing on them in these messages.
Okay, no. You can't say that. You can't say that. because this is where I talk about reading Katie's like response to this shit, right? And like Katie's response and everything, Katie is like, you called me a pervert and made me believe it, right? She's saying that ZeRo is the one that put all of these thoughts into her head, that she was just a fan of ZeRo. You can't tell me that no. The reason why it's that way is because she was actually really looking to fuck him. That's not what she says at all.
What she says now, it's just like a feeling that he coaxed. He fed the flame. He just encouraged it.
Okay. Hold on. This is September.
Her phrasing was definitely off in the modern era.
September 21, right? So let's go back. I think they show the first message, right? Let's see. September 21. September 21. Okay. So like, yeah, most of the stuff is September 21, dude. Like, this is when they first started talking. This idea that he was feeding her, this into her head is bullshit.
I mean,
this is the same day. This is the same day he contacted. Like she contacted him.
I don't really see the contradiction. I mean, like nothing happened yet. Nothing's even that flirty yet. It's
no. I'm saying like this is the thing that I find just a little weird, right? Okay, let's just go back to what we're just talking about, right? I said it's not unheard of, right? But it's weird to me to see this here where she's the one reaching out to ZeRo to ask him about doing video chats and such, right? It's not ZeRo asking her. Now, this is when they first start talking, and the first thing this girl does is talk about trying to get into a video chat with him. Now, I would agree with you that yes, there are girls that are like 14, high school girls who try to like hook up with older guys, right? It does happen. I was in high school before. There were girls that actually did that, right?
I remember my self-confidence being destroyed in sophomore year, hearing girls scream, "Senior boys!"
But this girl said, read through her first, read through her claims against ZeRo. She said ZeRo is the one who put all of these thoughts into her head. So again, I still state that it is weird, right? She still could have been the one to still reach out because she really wanted to have like a video chat with him and see her hero and everything. I get that. I'm just saying it is out of the ordinary for the minor to ask the pedophile out of the blue when they first start talking to get into a video chat with them. That is very rare. That is very bizarre.
I don't really have a statistic to go off, so I don't know if it's rare or not, I guess.
Well, I mean, the pedophile wants to see the minor more than the minor wants to see the pedophile. I guess would be like, okay, I don't have a statistic. I'm just going to say common sense would dictate what I'm saying to be true.
A lot of another thing,
or the pedophile manipulates the minor into asking for certain things that the pedophile wants, sure. But I'm just saying they just started talking to each other when this went down. This is like the first interaction that they're having.
Well, this video chat doesn't seem like it was a particularly sexual one anyway, so it could have started out innocent enough and just kind of.
Okay. Let me rephrase it, right? After she mentions getting to the video chat, and ZeRo goes, yeah, sure, we could Mario Kart is rough. I read through those messages, like the entire things. I never see ZeRo at any point after she mentions that ask her about getting into a video call.
Well, I don't really.
Okay. When I say there's inconsistencies, if this guy's a pedophile who wants to fuck this little girl or see her masturbate with fucking ice cubes, and she, on the very first day, said that she would hop into a video chat with him, and he never brings it up again, never asks for it, that is bizarre and weird and stupid to me that nobody seems to think that that's a little bit strange. But again, I also think that ZeRo is an awkward fucking dude. The year before he started talking to this girl who was apparently raped. So maybe his like entire way of communicating with people is completely fucked. But if I You know, I hadn't even thought about that, to be honest with you. I hadn't even thought about that too much. But now that I'm seeing it, I'm kind of like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That really doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Why is the fucking pedophile not trying to get into the voice chat with the girl who opened it up on day fucking 1?
I don't know, just different. I mean, I don't really see why it has to be that way every time. We don't know like the setup for the voice chat or the
Except for the
video
voice chat, he never brings it up. It's in none of the other messages. He doesn't even like talk to her like the next message after and go like, hey, yeah, are you ready to get into a voice chat? He's a fucking pedophile and wants to see this girl masturbate with ice cubes or just like look at her, right? Why wouldn't he just do that immediately? She's already said yes. He didn't ask for it. She already said yes. Does that make sense to anybody?
I mean,
am I insane?
I don't think it's insanity. I can definitely see an idea of an inconsistency, but I don't really see a reason why it has to be that specific way. He wants to bring that specific opportunity up again, aside from it being easy. And also, doesn't know, who knows, maybe he's an awkward idiot and he thinks, oh no,
Awkward
if we talk,
idiot.
wait. An
Awkward
idiot who thinks that, oh no, someone will hear me trying to flirt with her on speaker instead. I should just have a quieter screenshot of her doing the ice cube thing. Who knows?
He wanted a video of it.
Oh, he did?
He wanted her to record herself doing it.
I swear, I thought it was like just this. I thought it was an image.
No. Okay. Smart Alec, I love you, okay? But like, don't defend a stupid fucking point with me, okay? Listen.
Maybe I will.
If he had the ability to just get into a video call with this girl from day fucking 1, and he's a pedophile, why didn't he do it immediately? Why didn't he do it 30 minutes later, an hour later, the next day? Why isn't he asking her at like every 10 seconds? Because he's a fucking pedophile. Does this not make sense to anybody? It is absurdly fucking stupid to me. They're gonna tell me that oh well, maybe he just wanted a photo. He didn't want to actually see her doing it like in motion. He just wanted a still frame. God damn it, man.
Okay,
Okay.
I think Alec should talk and then we can continue.
So, maybe I did make an oopsie with I wasn't really paying attention to the media or the way the whole Ice Cube thing was portrayed itself. I guess that's a mistake on my end. But personally, I think the argument for an inconsistency, I definitely see Crow's point now. On the other hand, I don't think it's too much of an inconsistency, and different people work differently, and especially, since he's awkward, he could just be like too shy to ask for it day 1. I think that's entirely possible, and of course it's on Katie's end to miss the whole screenshotting it or doing it later thing. A good point.
Okay, we'll
all right,
move
Crow
on.
Can respond.
Well, okay, look, all I'll say is okay, maybe you're right on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. In December when she got those 2 screenshots, right? If he's a pedophile and he has a child willing to get into a voice chat with him on day 1, and you want me to believe this guy's vicious and he's a danger and a threat and he shouldn't be on fucking YouTube because he can't fucking control his urges around children, right? That doesn't There's okay. Look, I'm not saying that this is like my fucking this is like my fucking golden fucking goose that I am presenting to you or whatever. I'm saying that it's an inconsistency that needs to be fucking answered, right? It literally does not make sense. And when you're trying to convince me this guy is like an active threat to fucking kids, I mean, when he had access to one, he's not trying to hop into voice chats right away. I think that there is something wrong here. I don't know what it is, but if I go through these messages, I see things that just don't add up. Now, it's still wrong that he's talking to her, and maybe you could even convince me of intent to do something wrong with the minor, right? Like, we would have to speculate because it's clearly not shown in the messages, but we could talk intent to actually go forward and do things with the minor, in which case that would be probably a more solid argument for me for why he should not be tolerated on YouTube. My only issue is that, I mean, we're really not, we're on a platform that has red kiwis. Let's be honest. This guy's not going anywhere. Not unless he actually violates the rules.
Oh yeah, so I don't think any people can say we don't welcome you anymore, but that's not going to stop him. That's obvious. And also, well, I'll make this very clear. I don't really 100% buy the whole Ice Cube thing, especially with the point Crow just brought up. But
well, I mean, so someone said GG Evan, a video would get worse, Crow. If ZeRo did have Katie do that, he would get charged 10 years for every frame in the video. He's 19 and he just moved from Chile. Like, you think he understands the nuances of laws on that subject? I mean, like, look, it maybe, but like, I don't like, bro, like, I don't want to bring in a certain YouTuber that's going to like get a bunch of people upset. It's just, I mean, you would have to like expect me to believe this Smash player that's like gross and doesn't shower also understands the nuances of the US's laws on child pornography and how sentencing would work. Like,
he did specify no images were received later, so I mean, at least now he understands how the law works.
I'm just saying that's a. I can see the arguments on both sides, but I still think there's no right side. Every side has flaws, and I don't see the point in trying to convince people which side is right. Not saying you're all are just in general with the commentary community. Well, I mean, like, look, I'll say this. If I present this argument, you still disagree, I don't have a problem with that. My issue is with this idea that if you don't agree that he is a malicious pedophile and ZeRo and Technical is defending this pedophile, that you are somehow a bad, awful fucking person who also just wants to defend pedophiles, right? Or that type of stupid ass mentality, like you're with us or you're against us. We're disagreeing on a subject. I don't think that people have like made the case. And if Zombie Fox feels that way, then good. And I've got one person on my side. He didn't even want to be on my side. But you see how easy it is to be on my side because it's such an easy position to hold. Sorry, smart Alec.
Oh, that's all good.
I'm just fucking kidding. I'm just fucking around.
So I guess maybe I should backpedal a little bit.
Oh, sweet.
But a little bit, not all the way. I'm not bending the knee entirely. So I can see the inconsistency with I feel like that's an important inconsistency that adds to the doubt for Ice Cube or whatever, the fucking cubes that I wasn't entirely on board with prior. But I still think it's possible that ZeRo's just, he wants to talk and act a bit creepy, and maybe he's too unconfident to want anything explicit, including the ice cubes, including something on a live tourney thingy majiggy. Also, Katie did address it, but it was a bad addressing. She was like, "Oh, I didn't want to screenshot the stuff that was incriminating because I was scared and didn't think about it at the time."
I don't want to keep digging into the inconsistencies with Katie's story.
Okay.
Not until John Swan starts resting his fucking hat on it.
Yeah, I think it's more interesting to discuss the people around an allegation instead of the allegation itself.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see.
Let's move. I don't really have too much to
You
say.
manipulated me.
after
For
that.
example, you called me a pervert and made me believe it when in reality I was being goaded to say things by you.
Kate, you a perv.
Yeah. Okay. So you got what I just said there. He was goading her into saying things. Now, I've read through these messages. That's not what's going on. Not that I
it's
can
not.
see. Yeah.
But there's an issue that she didn't really mention.
Yeah.
You are still a baby. Like that adds to like maybe.
Yeah, no, it does, right?
Yeah.
But like, okay. This is my issue when I read this message, right? Don't be a perv, man. My pit, though. And yes, I still like your pit, okay? Hey, you perv, though. It's okay. You growing up. It's going to happen. You are still a baby. Now, this does not sound like he is flirting with her at all, to be clear.
Just calling people pervs and like pretending to be like ashamed by it. That's kind of mutual dirty talk from what I've seen.
I don't fucking think so at all.
I see it a lot.
I call Sen a fucking perv. I'm not fucking flirting with that idiot.
Well, it's really tough to. I guess it's more interpretable. I think it's not because of all the other stuff that kind of points towards flirtatious shit in text. But like the tone of voice,
Pit
it's
is
really
a Smash
clear.
character. Because they're talking about him playing Smash. Jesus, dude, come on.
Oh wait,
I still like your Pit. Okay, the character Pit.
Oh, damn it! I was
And
supposed to look up the Smash Brothers lore for this.
Yeah,
shit?
I wasn't thinking about that.
What the fuck?
But
That's
even
stupid.
and even in this message up here, she starts by calling him a perv.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean by the mutual stuff, and that's why I think that what she described is wrong.
But that's what I mean. Like she calls him a perv, and he's clearly talking about like Smash, and then he just responds by calling her perv back, and then says, "It's okay though. You're growing up. It's gonna happen. You are still a baby."
Yeah, I think the perv stuff isn't like.
I don't think that you're anything close on this message. I think that this is just fucking nothing.
Well,
like this message
the
specifically,
baby part,
I think it's nothing.
I don't know the baby.
Well,
stuff.
it's acknowledging that she's young, but like if anything, it sounds like he's more like saying that she's too young by calling her a baby.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's interpretable.
Like, there's something in these messages. I need to figure it out.
Perv, though, it's okay. You growing up, it's gonna happen. You are still a baby.
I'm realizing. Apparently, oh my god. So the fact that Pit is a Smash character. Do you know who Pit is?
Yeah.
Sure. Apparently, he's like this young 14-year-old twink looking ass, and like, which is the same age as her. So, she's probably just like.
Dude,
she could just be talking about fucking a cartoon character instead.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. But they're not talking about anything sexual there. Like, even like calling people fucking a perv and shit. Dude. No, it's not sexual. Like, it really is not sexual.
It's
like
easy.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think that you have to stretch to an absurd degree to say that message is actually inappropriate.
On its own, it's not.
Like, yeah, on its own.
There's a lot of stuff that compounds. A lot of, it's like Jenga, but with sus instead of wood and stuff stacking. Just keeps piling up until it's gonna fall.
Crow, answer me. He said that baby message 1 hour before he ended the convo. Yeah, so apparently this was their last conversation.
What are the implications of that?
I don't know.
Okay.
He leaves the conversation after this, though. So there's another message that takes place in December where he talks about how, she'll grow up and she'll find a nice boy. And it sounds like he's saying, like, she is too young. She'll grow up. She'll find somebody. And this is their last convo where he's again saying, Kate, you're a perv, but you're growing up. It's going to happen. You are still a baby. And then he leaves.
That kind of actually adds some of the pieces together because we can kind of, with some of these pieces, we can maybe infer that he's slowly realizing that, like, instead of, like, he's realizing this is wrong, and he's realizing that, no, I should
Okay, so
fucking
like,
stop.
so Alec, what I'm wondering is he realizing it before or after he has actually done something? If he realizes it before he's done something, then I can't sit there and say that he is a threat to children or a pedophile or really anything. He would be somebody that went up to the line, realized what he was doing was wrong, walked back from it, and we've had no incidents from him.
Well, then he said, I don't really.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
you
How do you feel
rephrase
about it right now, dude?
Okay, wait.
No,
ask the question
seriously.
again.
No. Tell me right now. How do you feel, right? Because I think that you think the guy's a fucking pedophile and a danger to children and shit, right? How do you feel about what I just fucking said there?
Well, I mean,
it's very hard to swallow it, isn't it?
I think this was I think all these messages, even if he realized it, he said it after a lot of perving and a lot of creepy stuff, and I think he can, like, go on in society still,
think that you
but
are
not
right.
this job. Not this job.
I think that you are right. When you say, okay, sorry.
Wait, no, I don't. Do I?
Make up your mind.
Okay, where's the mute button?
It's okay. Go turn off your camera and everything. It's fine. I want to talk to Redsky.
Okay.
All right, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
All right, cool. I mean, you can talk. Like, you can
I'm just.
I just don't want you to agree with me.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I'm just here to kind of like make sure nobody's like getting out of hand and stuff. I really don't have much of an opinion on the whole situation because I never watched the John Swan video.
I mean, yeah. No, it's interesting to me though. It really is. If this is how it ends here, this is the last conversation they have though, right?
It just doesn't. Yeah. The way if it ends like it is, that's how it ends, right?
I mean, that's what I believe. You know, about an hour after he leaves the conversation.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, if it ends like that, I'd say it isn't sexual or as sexual as people are.
Was I being too mean?
I don't think so.
I just want to drive the fucking point home. Like, you've been calling him like a pedophile and shit, and you're saying like he's a danger to fucking kids.
Yeah,
and then it's like, you know, I just like explain something to you where it's clearly was not doing it.
I don't think you were being mean to Alec. I think you were just being yourself, and I hope Alec didn't take it too personally or anything. Because I mean, you get passionate when you debate, and I just, you were good. That's why I didn't really interject that much, because I was like, oh, he's gonna calm down at this point, you know. So I think it was a good debate. It was definitely a lot calmer.
No, he's back. He's back. We're still debating. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well, I spoke too soon.
Read the private chat, dude.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
That was on top of me kind of losing. Like, my dad comes in and knocks to tell me I need to be quieter. That kind of made it look a bit more embarrassing than it was, even though it was slightly So, okay.
I completely understand. I'm home for the holidays. I 100% understand.
Well, sadly, I'm home 24/7 because I'm not rich enough to move out, but I gotta appreciate my fammy. Still tolerating this 21-year-old.
Save your money. Save your money.
So, you know, I think this stuff was still flirtatious as fuck. I still think this was creepy, and maybe he has redeemed himself. I think this was too fucking close to be in a job where he's interacting with kids. I think maybe for society's sake, if he doesn't do anything, none of the shit that is unconfirmed is, you know, once again unconfirmed. He can get a job somewhere else.
So Alec, here's the thing, right? This didn't take place while he was doing a job for kids. This is like because he's a Smash player, right?
Well,
like
that's
you're
not a kiddie job, and sort of.
I mean, like, look, my point is, this girl is just a fan of his, right? She knew because Smash. Okay, he was literally leading a team of minors that were Smash players, right? And John Swan kind of like makes this argument that because there were no girls there, it's totally okay. I'm like, look, if this guy like was leading teams of actual minors and taking these minors to events, that means that he had unprecedented access to plenty of children, plenty of fucking children, their siblings, people that they're dating, their friends, friends of other people that want to go to an event and see like, big professional, like rich YouTubers and shit. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean though, right? Like
Yeah.
and we're talking about a 6-year gap between this and when the accusation against him comes out. So I once said that, there hasn't been anything that happened before. And I got told, well, isn't one victim enough? And I'm like, I don't know if I have a victim here. I think I have something where this guy was getting very, very close to doing something, but then doesn't. And when I even say getting very, very close, I don't even know I can really say that, because I would have to say getting very, very close to like sexting, right? Which I don't even know what the fucking metric for that is, because I'm reading text. I don't actually hear the inflection of these people's voices. I have to assume and speculate on a ton of shit. I'm just saying that there's, when I read how this stuff ends, it seems like he's acknowledging that she is just way too young to be in a relationship with him or to do anything with him. So I can say in 2014, he knew this. And then for the next 6 years, well, he had unprecedented access. Well, he was a millionaire. Well, he's had plenty of children that he has interacted with. He hasn't done anything either.
I mean, these cases are clearly taking like forever to come out. Like this one, once you said was 6 years. Who knows?
No. These messages were saved in like 2014, right?
Yeah. It's like 7 years ago now.
Jisoo's accusation came out in 2020. This girl saw the accusation, added her story on top of Jisoo's claims.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dog's going crazy downstairs. Let me just shut the door.
Oh wait, you're leaving. That's right.
No. So like, my wife just got home, so he's going crazy right now.
That's good. Yeah. So like, I think the thing is like, I don't buy the whole argument of he's had other experiences with kids that have like never gone wrong. Like, we don't know, so I don't think that's a good argument for or against.
Like, no, it absolutely is, right? Because here's the thing about pedophiles, like the recidivism on a pedophile is insane, right?
Yeah.
They don't stop. So you're going to tell me that I shouldn't take into a factor that for 6 years, well, this guy was at the highlights of his career, millionaire, unprecedented access to children. I'm supposed to ignore all of that because, well, maybe something did happen. Well, I mean, come on. There's, no, I'm not.
It's unfalsifiable.
What?
It's like it's unfalsifiable, like not unfalsifiable.
Well, it's on you to go ahead and present me a girl that he did something with. It's not on me to sit there and prove that he didn't do anything for the past 6 years when you're just going to tell me he may have.
No, I don't think that's how the burn. It seems like it's, I don't want to say manipulative, but like with the burden of proof, it's like, I don't think we should just be like, since it's not a good objective way, it's not like a hard fact of like, here's proof that he hasn't had another public incident. That's like, it's like saying, here's some proof of nothing here. Here's proof of nothing that we don't know about. It's not strong enough. It's not definitive enough.
Yeah, look, I get it, Xylee. I do. I do. It's just, it doesn't seem like anything actually occurred here. So I'm supposed to then go ahead and say, well, because something may have happened, we should just, prevent him from like, having an income. He should go like start from square one as an immigrant into the country.
I've already said that it's like
I know, like I'm not first off, obviously he's a millionaire still, so financially speaking, he's perfectly fucking fine. But like realistically, I just don't think that's a metric that I'm okay with for people. So we're not doing this. I'm going to prevent them from having a platform because maybe something is happening. I can't prove it. I can only prove that, well, no, sorry. I can only show that likely to me, nothing actually occurred, or at least I can't prove anything occurred. And when they leave, he's clearly acknowledging that she is too young to engage with, right? So then you want me to take that clear-cut acknowledgement, right? Throw that out the window because he was willing to talk to her before that. And so then for the next like 6 years, nothing. He could have maybe done something then too, even though nothing came forward. Like, okay, so like, what do you want me to fucking do? Do you want me to, like, honestly, go and get my fucking gun, go hunt the guy down, just pop him in the head?
What the fuck?
In face?
Well, what? Wait, you just have a gun there?
Oh, yeah, it's my revolver. It's not loaded. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't think you can shoot me from over there, but
yeah,
who knows?
I could. But like, I'm being serious. What do you want me to fucking do here? Do you want to go stalk the guy in the middle of the fucking streets and put him down? Because you're not giving me a solution that makes any fucking sense. I can't keep him off of YouTube. YouTube doesn't give it two shits what I say, or what you say, or what Smart Alec says, or what anyone in the commentary community says.
I already said
I
earlier.
love you so much, baby. Thank you so much.
I already said earlier, like, once again, no one's opinion, like, you already mentioned Red Kiwis is on here. We can't do shit about, like, who goes or who can't. We don't have any power over that. But, in my opinion, this shit, these messages that we seem to agree happened, I'm not sure if you agree, these flew too close to the sun for a consistent career in something involving a children's game. Like, and besides, there's like a billion jobs that like don't involve this much interaction with teens. I'm just thinking, like, at my school, like, some teacher got fucking fired because he looked in the wrong direction for 5 seconds and people thought they were ogling a 14-year-old's butt.
Yeah, okay, look, that's not right either. Just to be clear. Look,
I know.
Look, we're very hypersensitive.
The standard is like really the standard. I feel like
okay.
This is so close to the sun though, because it's like already in a minor's DMs, already kind of maybe. I guess to you, maybe acting flirty.
I guess smart Alec. Can I just like bridge the gap for you real quick?
Yeah.
Look, that makes perfect sense. Why you don't let him go to Smash tournaments? Really does. Because, you know, you would be having him access to these kids. And look, let's be honest. He did talk to her, so it makes sense that you would ban him from going to Smash tournaments. When it comes to YouTube, right? If you want to do this like fucking little virtue signal because you feel so fucking desperate to prove something, and you want to go, I don't think he should be allowed on YouTube. Well, you know, it's great to have that fucking stance because you'll never be held to task for it. Because YouTube isn't going to fucking ban him.
Once again, I've repeated that a lot. Like, we can't do
shit about
it.
Yeah,
but welcome back, ZeRo. Like, no, fuck that.
Well, first off, let me agree with you on one point. I wouldn't have done welcome back, ZeRo, when there are this many questions still in the air, right?
Oh, yeah, that too.
I think that you do need to be a little bit more careful because there's some things here that I just don't fucking... I personally can't say that Technicals... when he did his video, when Technicals did his video and he did, you know, the welcome back ZeRo thing, I think it was mostly a shot at the Smash community because the ZeRo video is a primer for his Nairo video, right? John Swan's video claims that the only reason why Nairo gets brought up is to downplay what ZeRo has done, right? I don't think that's the case because, you know, Technicals is pretty clear. He wants Nairo banned from Smash tournaments. Nairo fucked 2 kids at Smash tournaments, right?
So Nairo isn't banned, but ZeRo is?
Yes.
That's...
Okay.
Wow.
And just to clarify, that's, I think, one of Crow's like biggest issues with this whole situation.
Oh yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Well, okay. It's not just that that's my biggest issue that the fucking commentary community has just decided that, you know, the Nairo thing doesn't matter, even though I believe Nairo has a YouTube channel, right, and is going to Smash tournaments. It's this idea that Technicals is far more concerned with redeeming ZeRo than he is with getting Nairo banned, a guy who actually fucked children. If you talk to Technicals, and he has stated this, right? Nairo is someone that needs to be banned. That is his primary fucking focus with this shit, is getting Nairo banned right now.
Once again, last part of John's video sucked.
Can we take a look at that for context?
Oh, that's skipping ahead so much.
I don't want to taint the fucking. I don't want to taint anything.
Okay.
Let's skip forward past the fucking messages because we're never going to agree on this shit. Wait, is that it? Katie's testimony is just this bastard having voice actors read through it
dramatically.
Oh, you son of a bitch! How long does this go on for?
Wasn't there
seven and a half.
It's about 5-6 minutes.
13:20. You cocksucking son of a bitch.
Hey, he at least showed
motherfucker.
He showed more evidence than Technicals, even though it was deceitful on a little bit
No, I completely disagree. The Technicals showed the worst message that was actually a part of these conversations, right? John Swan overloaded your ass with every single message, including ones that clearly are not sexual, but he paid voice actors to read it in the most creepy fucking manner that they could, with dramatic music playing in the background. Presenting me with more evidence? No, that's like clear fucking propaganda, and that little cocksucker knows what he's doing. Now, also, what I find completely deceptive, if you're going to show me these messages, you're going to do all that shit, why don't you just read through Katie's entire statement? You're not judging it. You're not being critical of it in any way, shape, or form. Why not just read her statement in full versus this bullshit? Because it is meant to be as emotionally manipulative as humanly fucking possible. That's why I call this video a propaganda video.
I'd go as far as to say it's bad faith.
You don't get to say shit! You're moderating. I don't want your opinion, Redsky. No disrespect, but then how can anyone trust you when you interrupt?
I mean, he was misleading, but I'm just appreciative of a lot more.
Yeah, I get it. So
just a lot more context.
Longer. I'm not entirely sure I would either. I have the messages. The message itself tells me what was actually being said between these people, and then Technical showed me the worst thing in those messages.
But a lot of times these cases get taken out of context, as we all see. Everyone focuses on one part, and then the context surrounding it. Well, hell, maybe you could even argue for Technical showing more of it so that he can make it look better. It would help his video because he thinks some of the stuff is being exaggerated, and he just reveals that, a lot of this stuff is silly. I mean, not silly, but
what you need to remember is Technical's video is not just covering Katie. It's covering everything that he was accused of, right?
Katie's probably the most important one, though.
Katie is, but he's got to. Yes and no, because the other accusations were actually much worse. It's just those ones can actually be hardcore debunked now.
Right.
So you have to hardcore debunk those ones because some of those are he was trying to fly out children to fuck them.
Well, I think that's even more evidence that you should definitely provide as much evidence as possible for the one that's hardest to prove. So
no, stop. Kate's messages are the hardest to fucking prove because if you read through a twit longer an accusation, they don't match up. They do not match with the messages. She claims that they were set up for this every 2-week schedule. They would get into these chats and were jerking off to each other or something, right? She said that he was there's a few things. The masturbation with the ice cubes and everything, requesting her to send CP, right? These are very serious fucking claims, and they're not in the messages themselves, right? So I can understand people saying, well, you should have shown the twit longer from Katie. I get it. I get where you're coming from, but also none of that can be proven. Like literally none of it can be proven.
I think, well,
you get what I mean, right? So then I guess he could present it, but like how?
If none of it can be proven, it looks even more deceptive to just cherry pick. Not even cherry pick, just look at the worst parts and not focus on everything.
That's not what I was going to say. I was just going to say, like, what if he did put in the fucking twit longer, and then he just repeatedly said over and over again, this hasn't been proven. She has no evidence for this. She has no evidence for this. Let's be honest. That'd be all truthful, and he would have showed you everything. And I think people would have been bitching far more about that than they would about this.
Well, I mean, just repeating no evidence, maybe
true.
Well, maybe another thing is just to like say it once after showing, like, just not even reading through everything, just like showing the stuff quickly just to provide context. That would have been a lot better.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Well, only because, like, I think you got to show what you can prove, right? Although he does specifically state the Ice Cube story.
Yeah.
I believe I might be misremembering that, but I'm
pretty sure he does.
Yeah, Tentacles does. That would be the worst claim that Katie made, and it cannot be proven, right? But it's still the worst fucking claim.
But this atmosphere is like, it's kind of what's selling me on this stuff. It's kind of like the atmosphere of like, and like all the really close to the line, but not quite enough to be like hard, fast. You like not 100% provable. Oh, this is 100% flirting, but like so fucking close in my eyes. It's like, that's what gets me. And I think that's probably, and that's like the stuff Technicals doesn't really show as much. Like, honestly, that's kind of the stuff that sells me that ZeRo's just too much of a creep to me.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Reading through those messages, I don't know. Like, I think there's something wrong with the way it's being presented to me. I think there's some obvious questions people aren't answering, or people aren't asking, or definitely aren't being answered. I don't know. I'll get to the bottom of it. I'll figure it out eventually.
Imagine ever talking to a minor the way you talked to me. You knew what we were doing was unacceptable, and you should have stopped it way earlier than we did. I realize that you have the power to reject everything I accuse you of.
All right, let me go to...
At least she addresses that part.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm not even kidding though, because it's like a lot of the time you see people and like they have plot holes in their messages, and instead they just kind of fucking, they like get in their twit longer, they're like really mad, and they're like, oh, if you question me, that means you're just as bad or something. So that's at least a step up, you know?
Yeah, no. I want to see what John Swan actually has to add here beyond the voice acting.
Oh yeah, fair. God, 2 hours in already, Jesus Christ.
Assume that all of what Katie says is true.
No, what?
What?
I'm going to speed it up. I need to hear what he said.
If we assume that all of what Katie says is true, this is disgusting.
Yeah, of course it is, you fucking retard. Like, Jesus Christ. If I assume everything she said is true, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Fuck off. Like, is that why you played me through all of her fucking twit longer and all the accusations, and at no point did you point out that parts of it are, like, not proven?
Well, I think we're pausing a little too early.
Okay, look, if he opens up... this is how he opens up his introduction into his own video, is with... assuming all of this is true, why the fuck would I ever assume that? You're a fucking retard if you tell me to fucking assume that. Fuck you. And fuck anyone who thinks that that's smart.
Remember, ZeRo is 19, and he is aware that the girl he is engaging with is 14. I think the word grooming has somewhat lost its meaning over the past year or two due to the label being attributed to cases that don't really justify it. But let's make this very, very clear. This is textbook grooming, and it's repulsive. In fact...
Actually, no. Grooming is the act of preparing a minor for actual
Yeah, that's
sex.
been misused. I've seen people fucking refer to Don Cheadle in the Space Jam 2 movie as a groomer, and like that's a wild use of the word. Yeah, it's not it's not textbook, and
I
John
feel like
cites the
I feel like
textbook.
grooming has lost its vernacular. It's being used improperly. Let me use it improperly here too.
Yeah, he cites textbook. Like he cites the quote unquote textbook for a lot of the other definitions in this video. Would have been nice of him to do it here.
It's okay. When he gets to his definition of pedophilia, he has from like some 6 backwater fucking source I've ever fucking seen. I'm pretty sure you could find something for grooming to justify his absurd fucking claim here.
Well, also it's a bit weird that he expects people to both look at the old version and the newer version of the legal document when typically you just look at whatever the newer version is if it retroactively disputes the older version. That's how it works in law.
Okay, so how do I say this, right? If as far as like the grooming thing and everything goes, if he's going to like open up by like completely misusing a term, but actually no, remember how he actually opened it up? He told me just assume everything Katie said was true, right? He didn't then tell me like these are the things that have not been proven yet, and then just with this stuff, it's still bad. He literally told me, let's just assume everything's true. It's totally disgusting. Right? Like,
yeah, I wish like that wouldn't have bothered me as much if the following sentence was, but we don't know how much of it is or something, or just like,
yeah, right?
That would have been nice.
That's what I said. This is just propaganda. It's not meant to inform you. It's meant to manipulate your fucking decision.
If anything, I'm more high on this video for its critique on the technicals video.
You've already basically lost this debate. We'll just keep playing the video.
Okay.
I'm pretty comfortable saying that based on this,
What?
ZeRo should not be allowed back in any online setting where you would have the ability to interact with minors on a daily basis.
Okay, so look, I don't care if people agree or disagree with that point. I personally don't fucking care. We don't have like a polling system, and if we all vote on it, then it'll be taken off the platform. My decision here literally has no factor or impact. Nobody's does. Like fucking like bitching about that, it's pointless. What do you think, Alec?
I mean, so there's like a middle ground because it's like you're right. Like I've said that like 50 times now. No matter what we say, doesn't matter. They're still gonna be on. On the other hand, is like people turn people into lol cows for much less. So if they continue to bitch about it, that's completely fine in my book. Like, dude, like fucking someone like Quentin Reviews or Mr. Enter, they get shat on like all the time every year for their entire career. And it's like neither of them are nearly that bad, obviously. And so it's like but you're not going to kick anyone off the platform. That's just not happening.
Well, okay, so look, here's going to be the flip side of this argument. Well, okay, it's still grooming because the ice cube, and I'm like, well, you can't prove that. So, I mean, like we're so fucking far removed from this shit. And even then, if the ice cube thing would be true, I mean, you might feel morally right for using the term groomer, but again, it still wouldn't be grooming. It'd just be like really fucking bad. I don't understand why you guys misuse terms all the fucking time, like in commentary and shit. They do it like fucking constantly though.
Yeah.
And I sit there and I'm like, no, you're using that wrong. And they sit there and go like, oh, defending pedos. The old man yelling at cloud. Little fucking retards. Oh.
I see it in.
This is pretty standard in nearly every other profession that involves children. If you're a teacher and you get caught grooming a student, you are removed from your position and not allowed to work as a teacher going forward. The same goes.
Actually, John Swan, you need to learn what fucking rubber rooms are.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh shit. What? I'm an idiot. What is a rubber room?
A rubber room because like the PTA has all these things set up. You can't just fire a teacher because they've been accused of grooming.
Oh, is this the tenure stuff?
Uh-huh.
Ah, great.
So you know what they do, John Swan? They put them in a building and they just let them teach in the building with no students. It's like they just sit in a room with books. And sometimes if the heat's cooled down a bit, they'll just reroute those teachers to a different district. Oh, you didn't know that.
That's fucked up.
Oh, you didn't know that. Oh, fuck off.
So yeah, how the hell was I supposed to know that?
Yeah. Look.
Go easy, because I didn't know what a rubber room was either.
Yeah, also, it's like research for an analogy that Swan makes. Like, what?
Look. All I'm saying is the PTA. The PTA. What am I thinking? No. The fucking union. Yeah. The teachers union. Fucking Christ. Yeah, the teachers union. I said the PTA earlier. The teachers union has so much fucking power. You can't just fire a teacher, even if they've been caught doing something really fucking gross and inappropriate, especially at that tenure. So you basically have to keep employing those teachers unless they are arrested and charged with a crime.
Yeah, I know that, like, it's funny because everyone, like, how they're always portrayed as, like, these really, like, I'm sure they're not paid enough that much depending on the state, but it's like they're always portrayed as, like, the most oppressed group or whatever, but, like, I know they have a ton of tenure sometimes.
I mean, look, I'm just saying, John Swan actually picked the most retarded analogy he could possibly fucking pick that is in no way accurate whatsoever, and also kind of disproves what he's saying because, I mean, they don't actually get rid of the teachers.
Once again, it does depend, though, because there are teachers who, I mean, I know anecdote, it's not the strongest thing, but I know that they were not, like, no rubber room stuff, just they were gone.
You know, they moved them to different districts, too. They can.
Yeah.
It's through the union. Like, that's the thing. The union protects the teacher.
I think one of them was a substitute, so
well, then
maybe I should look up the old teachers and see if they're teaching anywhere else now.
I think this is getting a little off topic.
Yeah. Okay, look. Him making these statements, like, oh, teacher, or coach, or tutor. First off, we're talking about a YouTuber and a Smash player. We're not talking about a teacher, a counselor, a coach, or whatever. And your analogy is fucking retarded because we actually have a problem with that in our country with teachers. So,
but do you agree that they should be removed if the teacher's been doing something bad?
If they've been caught doing something bad, yeah, you should probably take them away from the kids until you can figure out if it's true or not. So in the case of ZeRo, you've had 6 years without an incident. 1 year where he was canceled and you still haven't had an incident. And all you had was this guy getting pushed into suicide. So I really don't think he is a harm for kids. So I really don't care about his fucking YouTube channel because regardless of whatever opinion I make on it, YouTube is going to let him have the fucking channel and I will never be held to task on my opinion for it. That's why I don't feel anything for it. I can't feel very strongly about it because what do you want me to fucking say? I'll never be held to task for it. YouTube doesn't give a shit. When YouTube actually comes to the point where, like, if someone is accused of something, then we'll delete their channel. Yeah, then I'll probably fucking have a better stance on this.
We gotta find a new platform if that happens.
Right?
I mean, we've been looking for like a decade, but like, I don't think I'd be able to last.
Coach or tutor. From just looking at the screenshots Katie provides myself, the level of precision and research that would have been needed in order to make these would have been next level. But thankfully, we don't have to do forensics on the screenshots to judge the validity of the allegations, because ZeRo actually confessed, and he went one step further and confessed to stuff we didn't have screenshots for.
Hey, I can't sleep, and I just can't take this back and forth. I don't think it makes sense to keep this going. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone. I also want people to stop defending me. I don't deserve it. Katie?
Okay, so this is just one of those things, right? This is somehow him trying to provide a defense for himself to people. This is where I said he doesn't need to be remorseful. He doesn't need to not be remorseful for their opinion to still be valid. But the fact that you have to read this message and then go, there is no remorse, to me, is where I'm just going, well, okay, now we're just being dishonest. Now, as far as like the suicide thing, right? First message right here. I just want this all to stop and for me to at least atone, right? Stop defending me. He doesn't deserve it. And then, yeah.
It looks like I don't really disagree, but like I just think it's weird how it's like later he said this was like, well, I'm getting tired, so correct me. Was it like exaggerate? Did ZeRo say that he lied, or was it exaggerate or something?
I think like I think that they might play ZeRo's like video in John Swan's video.
Yeah,
I think
and it's
we can just wait till we get there because I can't remember exactly what he said.
Yeah, because it's like I just think it's a bit weird of him to be like,
hey, Comic Cop, you're a fucking retard. He's suing Katie. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, zero remorse. You can read it right there in the fucking message. And he committed, and he actually went through with attempting suicide. So he has zero remorse is literally fucking retarded. Good fucking job. But like, as far as like trying to figure out Katie's identity, no shit. He's doing a defamation lawsuit and he's targeting Katie as part of it, meaning his legal team thinks that they can prove that she knows she's lying. That would be actual malice in a defamation lawsuit. Like, you guys are fucking retarded if you don't understand that. Like, how do you get... How does anybody talk about this shit when you have no fucking capacity for it? It's a defamation lawsuit, okay? Part of the defamation lawsuit, the very first thing you have to go through California would be a slap hearing, right? To see if his lawsuit is only to shut them up. So if he is making public statements about Katie and Jizu, right? Like direct public statements, calling bitches liars, they don't have, yada, yada, yada. That can all be thrown in his face in a slap hearing, which would immediately yeet his fucking lawsuit. Now, the next part would be proving whether or not these girls have actual malice. Jizu, it's very fucking clear that she knowingly lies when she presents stories. What about Katie? Okay? If the stories are fucking true, he's confessed to it, it's fucking true, okay? How are you going to sue her and prove that she knowingly lied? She must have lied about something, and you idiots refuse to look into it. Somebody figured it out, though. Somebody on his legal team has figured something out. He can't go to court and say she doesn't have any evidence. He can't do that. It's a he said, she said. The burden of proof is not on her. It's literally on him. He has to prove that she knowingly lied. I can't believe you guys have not wrapped your fucking heads around this shit yet. Stop covering these stories. You don't have the fucking capacity for it. You really fucking don't. Stop talking about it. Stop giving your fucking stupid ass fucking hot takes. You cannot wrap your tiny fucking minds around very basic concepts. Why won't he talk to us? I don't know. Maybe it's because his legal team told him not to talk to the people. They keep accusing him of being lightweight, a fucking pedophile. You're in a defamation lawsuit. You want to talk to those guys who are calling you a pedophile and put everything on the record? Oh, yeah, that sounds like a great fucking idea.
Wait. Did you say that, like... Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Did you say he lied to them? Did he engage with the people he was told not to engage with?
I'm saying, like, if his legal team tells him, right, don't fucking talk about this, he's a fucking idiot if he goes and then starts talking about it, right? His legal team, he should fire immediately if they okay him having any sort of conversation with any individual who is actively calling him a pedophile.
Wait, but did he?
What? No.
No, Crow said that.
I'm saying he didn't, because one thing I got told was, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, right? I read something in the chat. I got completely fucking sidetracked.
Nah, that's okay.
I completely fucking sidetracked. Jesus.
I think after Crow, you make your point. I think people need to take a breather because it got a little heated there for a moment.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, all right. Look, I'll keep going through it, but yeah. Look, obviously, Comic Cop said, he acknowledged she's a real person. Yeah, she is a real person. She's a real person who has lied about something, or his legal team thinks that they can prove that she knowingly lied about something. Okay. Otherwise, the lawsuit makes literally no sense. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. It all hangs on her.
Well, depending on the stage of the lawsuit, then I thought like I don't really know like the deets on the lawsuit. I was just kind of going into this trying to be like, okay, I'm going to discuss just like this video in a vacuum, a bit more in a vacuum, but looks like things were connecting a bit more than I anticipated. But like that kind of sounds like stuff we just have to wait and see with the results.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Again, my stance is that this stuff should be fucking looked into, right? And there's something that we're not being told. That's about it. Okay?
And my stance is basically just like ZeRo. I still think you're creepy, and I don't think we should be like all giddy of you coming back to play a children's video game.
I think you should be wary of him coming back, absolutely, until things are completely cleared up. So I think the welcome back ZeRo thing was inappropriate from technicals. I think that it was done as a shot at the Smash community as a whole, because it was like ZeRo is coming back. He's no longer canceled, and now I'm going after Nairo, because he mentions Nairo was brought up in his video on ZeRo. I think that's why he did it, but I still think it's inappropriate to do it.
Well, another thing I want to mention is like with the commentary community, it was just not talking about Nairo as much. You notice that they don't really talk about things for very long that are just like cut and dry cases. If there's a discussion, they want to discuss as disingenuous as they can be. That's their goal and their tickets. That's how their psychology works.
Well, I mean, look, I'll get more into it when we on Wednesday, because you have two commentary people who want to talk about me. So,
okay.
We'll
Does
have
Tommy
fun.
see one of them?
Yep.
Who's the other?
Augie.
Oh, Augie.
Yeah.
I think Augie's having a little saga against Grimsy, who's just a nobody, who's like a 6-minute off-the-cuff Leafy clone, so that's funny right now.
Well, I think it's hilarious because I could have sworn him and the fucking commentary bros all went after fucking Def Noodles for how he responded to someone who did a video criticizing him.
Oh, the whole everything about Def Noodles is hypocrisy incarnate.
I mean, it really feels that way. I mean, he's a piece of shit, but like these guys ain't looking much better at this point.
Well, yeah, like one of the things they always shat on him for was blocking people, and Def Noodles blocks more people.
Dude,
but they just
okay. You know what's hilarious?
All right, I think
they went over like okay. We'll move on.
You can say what you need to say, but I'm just saying.
The last thing. It's hilarious, right? Because they did this whole thing. Technicals unfollowed us. Oh God! What an asshole! I can't believe I unfollowed us.
Sad,
bro. I called Augie. Saw me calling Connor a horse fucker. Got unfollowed by Augie, Diorio. Tipster blocked me like 2 days later. I mean, like the entire fucking commentary community.
Nicholas Diorio was saying, "Gotcha." Technicals blocked me basically, while me and a bunch of other people were blocked.
Look, honestly, I'll put it like this, right? It doesn't make sense to have somebody unfollow or to have somebody not blocked who's only around to drag you down, right? If you can make content out of them, leave them unblocked. If they can do something to benefit you, leave them unblocked. But if they're just being little fucking shitlords, right? It's the same thing with like the Yellow Flash stuff, right? They all want to like high five each other on Yellow Flash blocking them. And I'm like, why? Your argument is that he's a racist because he's talking about something you fucking don't understand. And he can't make content out of you people, but like you're drama tubers. You starting drama with people is literally how you make fucking content.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was also a pretty big little shit to a lot of them. So, especially Boblax last year during the copyright stuff, I was giving him so much shit.
Oh, is that where you came from? Yeah. Look, I didn't mind that. The only time I got mad at Boblax was when he pulled Grimm's video on Cuties, but it was like before the movie had dropped. And he had a video that was uploaded afterwards where he denounced everything he said in the first video.
Yeah, right? I kind of actually went over that in the Sen video I made.
Yeah, so like, that pissed me off with Boblax, but to be honest with you, Boblax has had like some really like Boblax seems to really understand nuance. Like far more than these motherfuckers do.
I think he's had a redemption at the beginning of the year since like
I don't know, like
being wrong about like declaring stuff being over and then being wrong with both the John Swan and the Turkey Tom stuff. So he's been humbled by that, I think. So Boblax, if you're watching, I think you're cool now from a fellow autist. Booyah.
Not gonna lie, her parents were pretty chill knowing that a man talked really weird to their daughter. Actually, the CC are more outraged than her parents. Odd. Oh, thank you for a super chat. I disagree though. To be clear, her parents could be fucking livid, and she's an adult now, so she can come forward with the story. But like, I mean, obviously her parents, like, we don't even know who she is, right? So this whole thing with her parents and everything, I don't think that's a very fair point. Just to be honest, I get what you're trying to say though. I do. I don't think it's fair.
All right, with those super chats,
Tech has said that he said welcome back ZeRo to get people to condemn ZeRo and defend Nairo so he can use that against them.
What?
He said welcome back ZeRo to get people to condemn
Did
ZeRo.
He get the names flipped?
I don't know, Drago. Like, I would have to ask technicals because I really don't understand. Oh, Comic Cop was 2 minutes behind the entire time?
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. So we assuming Katie's lying about something because ZeRo's lawyers are trying to involve her in the lawsuit? No. They're directly naming her as a defendant in the lawsuit and stating that she is one of the unnamed individuals who is most responsible for damaging his reputation. So it's not just that she's being involved in the lawsuit, it's that she's a directly named person in the lawsuit. That's very different from just being like a witness, right?
Legally, there's a case, but like nothing's been confirmed or declared. No judgment or like.
So I'll put it like
trial
this, right?
Yet.
Originally, the fucking when the lawsuit people were talking about it, we had Willie Mac on. Willie Mac said, "I don't understand why he can't just deny Katie's story." Right? He won't confirm anything to me on Katie. And I was like, that's very weird, right? And then I was thinking, well, maybe the lawsuit is a goal is to unmask Katie, right? And figure out who she is. Well, now I know, no. They're directly naming Katie in the lawsuit, right? As one of the Jane Does. Now, I think after they depose fucking Jizu, right? Then they'll know who Katie is. And they did state in section 3 or 4 of the lawsuit that they will be amending the lawsuit to include the names and the direct causes of action against the party. So once they have Katie's actual name, they're going to state exactly how she lied, right? And how she defamed their client.
I came in way too unfucking prepared. Fucking case details. Oh, shit.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is why I said, like, there's something that his legal team thinks that they can prove that she knowingly lied about, right? Which is a very hard burden to clear. Not for Jizu. Because she lies all the time. But for Katie, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a very minor thing, right? Maybe it legally changes something, but morally changes absolutely nothing. I just need to know what it is. And it's very stupid to fucking sit there and act like that isn't a fucking factor. Clearly, she said something that they know is not true, and they know that they can prove she was lying about. And remember, ZeRo's got a ton of money. He's probably he might already know who Katie is at this point. Like, let's be honest. He may already know who she is. What are you going to do then? But until you, like, gosh, I don't know how to put it, right? Until you're willing to actually, like, look into it, it could be nothing. It literally could be nothing. But, like, honestly, you asked me to condemn this guy, and I was being a dick earlier, but I'm not kidding. I don't want to be like fucking Tommy, where I, like, railed so fucking hard against somebody, and then I have to give this, like, tearful fucking apology, right? Like, I'd rather, even if I'm slow, I'd rather be right from the start.
Yeah.
How are they going to unmask Katie? Jisoo was contacted by Katie and spoke with Katie directly. Jisoo knows exactly who Katie is and has contact with Katie. So I guess the goal of the lawsuit originally, or at least the way that it would be framed, or at least the way that you could interpret it, Jisoo is named. Her specific causes of action are named as well. Okay. And then it mentions 10 individuals, right, who most contributed to the destruction of their client's reputation. Now they have their online handles and nicknames and things like that, so they're listed as Jane Does. But also in his cause of action against Jisoo, he uses a statement about Katie in that cause of action. So Katie has to be unmasked for Jisoo's sake, because Jisoo can't refute the other claims that she fucking lied about, that people know that she lied about. She can refute Katie's story. She can say that she believes Katie's story is legitimate. But once you get the messages between her and Katie, you run into another problem, right? She's going to have to unmask Katie as part of that lawsuit for her own benefit. But again, the other part is he may already know who Katie is, and he may just not have her listed like directly in the lawsuit just yet. It may be amended shortly. I don't know. Like, we don't know a lot of things here. All I'm saying is, of one of those things we do not know, it could change a lot of the story, right? That's where I'm like, I'm not comfortable jumping down the fucking hole with everybody where they're calling this guy a fucking pedophile, right? I'm really not. And I'm definitely not okay taking the word of an anonymous person, right, when they're presenting very serious claims. I have no reason to ever fucking like listen to that and not question it and not be skeptical.
So how about
they have to get to discovery? Yeah, so they have to. Yeah, basically.
It's ZeRo's a creep only if these messages are real, but I won't say anything criminal or yada yada.
Well, I mean, the messages could be real. Maybe he's got like a team of people and like one of the messages was faked or something. I don't know. And it could be like such a minor thing too, right? I don't know. It could change nothing morally for the guy, and he could be a reprehensible scumbag, and everybody else could be right. And I'm more than happy to fucking acknowledge that that's the case. It's just they ain't fucking there. They just ain't fucking there. And I don't think that they're trying to convince people. I think that they've hung their hat on, we've done our job, and if you disagree, it must be because you defend pedophiles. Like, it's really stupid, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not siding with anyone who does stuff like that of like, oh, you're if you disagree with our take, that means you are a defender of pedo. There's always nuance in like these situations, but this one especially, since ZeRo muddied the water so fucking badly by admitting it at one point. Like, if you argue that, it's like it's because there's a fucking argument. It's not because like anyone's so amoral or whatever.
All right, so Comic Cop, it's possible ZeRo's lawyers got nothing and are just sucking him dry for money. Lamau, it is possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 100%.
Yeah, all of this is hypothetical at this point. We're not in the courtroom.
Well, I mean, like, look,
I don't like the legal stuff generally in this situation.
I like the legal stuff because it tells me at least a little bit of where their heads are at with what happened, right?
Yeah.
But that's about all I can say, right? Now, in terms of his lawyers just suck him dry for money, maybe, right? But like, ZeRo would have had to have like asked, hey, how are we going to sue her for defamation? They said, don't worry about it. Like, I don't. I mean, like, maybe, but you have to assume that he's got all this money and he's hiring lawyers that are just completely fucking dipshit, but they know that their client is even more of a dipshit than they are. It's possible. It's definitely possible.
I see some stuff that's kind of like where basically people just get a lawyer, and the lawyer, sometimes it's beneficial for them financially to like not say that, oh, you are going to win or you are going to lose. Like, they don't discuss their doubts at first, so
Yeah.
they string you. So by the time like you can figure out that there's any doubt that you're gonna win or lose, it's probably too late by that point.
Well, I mean, look,
Lawyers are smart motherfuckers.
No, they absolutely are. So it could be possible, like Common Cop could become 100% correct. He could just have sleazy scumbag lawyers trying to suck him dry for cash. I mean, it's definitely a possibility, but unless you are 100% fucking certain that's the case, I would consider other alternatives here, because that would be fucking hilarious. It's just, I think that I just maybe, but like,
it's hypothetical, and
so far,
defamation cases are they can be very tough because proving intent is important. Proving ignorance, like a lack of ignorance.
One thing I was going to say was, like, his lawyers have not acted like incompetent jackasses so far, right? If you look at the way the lawsuit's phrased out, it's perfectly fine.
No one's Rittenhoused yet.
Yeah, if you look at how he has been behaving, right, it would make sense that he has attorneys that are competent and they are like closely watching what he actually says and does. They could be just sucking dry for money too. Maybe. I don't think so, but like we'll have to fucking see what happens.
The screenshot you guys were wondering about the Ice Cube thing, it's true. The claims that Katie makes are true in general. There are no graphic pictures or anything of the sort, but it's unforgivable regardless.
Okay, pack it up, guys. Case closed. We have a confession. This was probably the stance of most people prior to Technical's video. If you have a confession to inappropriate conversation with minors, that's game over for you in the online space. But what Technicals does next is completely out of left field. In fact, the first time I watched it, I admittedly couldn't contain my laughter. Just roll.
Yeah.
John's more proof that John Swan's still a sociopath. He laughed at the next part. I'm just kidding with the sociopath. Don't worry, I'm not armchair psychologying.
I'll put it like this, right?
1-2 years is my guess.
Yeah, probably. I mean, look at what happened with the what was it, Andy Senior case? Like, that took, I want to say, like 3 years. I don't know, man. Like, maybe it takes that long. Maybe it does. Maybe nobody fucking cares what their fucking take was at that point, and people feel safe, condemning the guy, because in 2 to 3 years they can go, oh, we're changed people now. Oh my gosh, if he is vindicated. And then if he's not, they can just go, oh, look, see, I was right back then, right today. That's 3 years of fucking non-improvement, but I'm still right. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, I do have to, like...
I don't think it matters, though.
No one fucking knows me here.
I think that you need to be accurate with your fucking coverage.
Yeah, no one fucking knows me here, so I got to address that, like, usually with these commentary allegations, I'm like, almost every time it's like ambiguity at first, I'm either skeptical and I don't say much. Maybe I probably should have shut up prior here. Fuck hindsight. Anyways, but like,
dude, like, honestly, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a commentary simp. I think I said that earlier, but like, yeah, don't worry about that, guys. Yeah. I basically fucking started my channel with an hour-and-a-half long rant on Turkey Tom in 2018.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Oh, audio is a bit bad, as are most of my videos, but
Okay, all right. So, let me keep playing through it. Like I said, though, if I have to rely solely on the court case for my take, it's not why. It's just I think that there's something here. I think there's something here. I don't think we know what it was, and I don't think people really cared to look into it, because it's pretty simple. You're pretty much just like, oh my gosh, he's guilty and he's confessed, and I think John Swan's right. Like, most people, but that's enough for him, right? And it would make sense, but you've got other questions here.
Yeah.
But isn't this the same argument we're using against ZeRo? Feels like they both are just hiding behind their lawyers. If ZeRo's truly innocent, just outright deny it happened, surely. No. Nairo
legally you can't do that.
No, okay, stop. Nairo literally admitted to fucking the child twice, right? And said it was all consensual. Then later, he said his lawyer had a signed agreement with the minor, right? Because the minor had actually blackmailed him into having sex the first time, and then the minor at another event blackmailed him again into having sex again by saying that he would reveal that they had sex the first time. That's the Nairo case. So either he consensually fucked a minor, or he can get blackmailed into fucking a minor twice. I mean, like, even if I go by his fucking story, he shouldn't be allowed near fucking children.
Yeah.
I mean,
how the fuck do you, like, at best,
I just want to be clear.
How do you get fucking blackmailed into that?
Dude, even if I believe Nairo's story, right? Even if I believe Nairo's story, he should not be allowed at Smash tournament.
Maybe just for his own protection. Maybe just for his own protection. Those kids sound really scary for him, you know? Don't want to get them to blackmail you anymore.
Yeah. The other thing is, now if you look at Technical's video on Nairo, more people have come out in the Smash community stating that those two, it looked like they were dating, right? Like they would be flirting all the time. They'd be spending time together and shit. It's more than likely Nairo went to Captain Zach and, just asked Captain Zach to just sign this NDA, and just he wouldn't do anything to him, but just to protect him, right? And I'm pretty sure Captain Zach would just be like, okay, whatever. I mean, look, dude, Captain Zach is totally okay with being accused of raping the guy, right? Because Captain Zach also knows that Nairo will never press charges against him. That's the best part. That's the best part. Dude. Okay. Let me get Blake, because I saw him in the chat. He was trying to say hi. You mentioned him in the chain. You're gonna whatever. I'm just gonna.
Oh well, he made a. There's a running gag on Grimsy's channel.
Okay.
Yeah, we both did that quote.
If you're an observant reader, you may have noticed the stark contrast of tone from his previous responses. That's because ZeRo wholeheartedly intended for this to be his suicide note. And had it not been for Vanessa, that may have well been the case. If it's not too personal, what stopped you from committing suicide?
Technical spends the next 3 minutes interviewing ZeRo and...
Okay, so John Swan just said, like, I could not imagine anyone would ever do this. Buddy. My only problem is I can read that note. I can point to clear indications it is a suicide note. And the fact that he does actually succeed in attempting to take his own life, right? Like, he wasn't talked down. He actually, like, there's recorded audio of it, okay? Like, God damn it. It's a suicide note. I'm sorry. It is. Like, it is. He actually... Okay, all right. I feel like I'm beating a dead fucking horse with it. I really do. But, like, to act... Yeah,
we kind of jumped ahead, so we kind of already talked about this stuff.
Yeah, we did. I can just keep playing through it because we already covered it.
Vanessa, recounting details about ZeRo's graphic suicide story. This entire section completely took me by surprise, and I can see it served no other purpose than to emotionally manipulate the audience to feel bad for ZeRo. We've just spent the last 2.5 minutes going over claims that he asked a 14-year-old girl for nudes when he was 9.
Okay. All right. John Swan just accused Technicals of emotionally manipulating his audience, right? Okay,
yeah.
So we're only about 2.5 minutes after he went on for nearly 6 minutes emotionally manipulating the audience with his Katie's testimony section. I just wanted to make that very fucking clear.
And then we spent an entire 3 minutes.
Huh?
Yeah, that's another flaw I caught in the first watch. There's hypocrisy. What was another piece of hypocrisy I saw? We already went over the narrative stuff, which is, you can make an argument a bit more, like, the emotional manipulation, like, that's bad. To also accuse him of doing it. There was something else. I swear to God. I thought I wrote it down. Oh yeah. This is also a part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't. I want to cut you off. Because I saw this, like, what Zombie Fox asked what the goal of the commentary community is. Yeah, so commentary community goal talking about this. Text vid shit, ZeRo's guilty. Yeah. Bringing his brother into the situation, you really needed to do that to show his video was shit.
Yeah,
like,
that was whole last part of it was bad.
Look, like, I don't think Comment Cop speaks for the commentary community, but like, if the point was text vid is shit and ZeRo's guilty, yeah, no, it fucking wasn't. Like, you do not need to go to these fucking lengths to say a video is shit.
I mean, the thing is,
anyways,
I don't actually. I think that's actually true because, like, commentary, they're fucking dirty with, like, the lengths they go just to prove a point, just to prove someone's video shit, and, like, I mean, we all saw that, like, it was with Augie specifically, it was becoming a point of pride. That's why he was bringing up the technical shit. I mean, the brother shit.
No. It got brought up because his little horse fucking roommate apparently got it from a chat that where it was dropped to all these other guys, and he decided to run and post it to Twitter.
Yeah, because Augie was arguing for his own pride's sake. He was just like, he wants to win more than anything else. That's pretty clear.
Yeah. Now, what I found kind of weird was even after text video on ZeRo dropped and the Nairo video came out, they were just saying the Nairo video is just a response to the ZeRo video to downplay what ZeRo did. So, like, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say, but like, this idea, like, commentary is only concerned with saying text video shit. It's no. This seems like way more fucking personal, a little bit more fucking deep seated. Now, I don't know why, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be just about saying his video is shit.
Well, that's all complicated. Comment Cop's comment was just to be as simple as possible.
No, I know. I know. It's just like that. I always say it's an oversimplification. I don't think the goal is just to prove text video shit. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe
you could go even simpler and say tech shit.
Yeah, okay. It seems more like it's just an attack on tech. Like, because let's be honest, a lot of the criticisms you get with this video, you basically, if you agree with this video, you have to agree that Technicals is dishonest and is just trying to provide cover for a pedophile, right? Like, I mean, you would have to assume this guy that you all claim to be friends with was like legitimately kind of fucking evil. And like, maybe you feel that way because you're friends with John Swan and he's legitimately fucking evil. Anyways, let me read these super chats. Sabdir Z, with Nairo, first it was rape, then second is blackmail. Tech's argument is if Nairo accepted being blackmailed, he can't make good choices with children. I mean, yeah, look, I mean, even if you go by his explanation for it, he still should not be allowed near kids. Tech's stance is, I got like 3 super chats in a row all telling me what Technicals was thinking. Tech's stance is, 1, figureheads gave Nairo a pass, but not ZeRo. It's hypocritical. Well, that's true. 2, ban both of them until everybody knows all the details. Yeah, he said that too. And finally, Tech was punching above his weight class. Then Augie and Connor tried to put him in his place using his twin brother as a beating stick.
What the fuck?
Okay, here we go. Tech's brother is a degen. Tech ran the group chats and his response was super vague. Hopefully it goes into detail in his upcoming response video. Comment Cop, look, let me help you out, right? I was told that they're trying to bring up Technical's brother, right? That they brought up Technical's brother to draw parallels, right? Here's my problem. They don't ever bring up why it's relevant. They just say it's brought up to bring up parallels, and I'm like, okay, so what is the parallel with this case? Because none of them want to say that his brother is a pedophile the way that they're saying ZeRo is a pedophile. If his brother isn't a pedophile, what is your fucking parallel? Like, honestly, what was it?
Here's a
that when he was 19, he didn't know how to run the fucking group chats, or that when he's 19, his brother acted like his fucking degenerate. Like, what was your fucking parallel? I don't understand it.
I do see a parallel, and that is it's a vague one. I'm not going to say it's a great one, but the parallel is just that both are situations involving Tech's brother being in a way too sexual in a minor filled environment, and not minor filled, but an environment with a minor or more, and same thing with ZeRo. And so basically, if John was saying, even though it's a bad point, what he was trying to say is if Technicals condemns or says ZeRo bad, he'll have to say his brother bad because his brother did something similar or worse or better, depending.
Okay, no, hold on. What did his brother actually do? Okay.
A nude in a group chat.
No, hold on. His brother was flirting with a 14-year-old girl who he was attempting to get to masturbate and send him images of it.
I mean, it's a vague parallel.
Okay, here we go. If Tech was aware minors were exchanging nudes in the group chat and Brandon did nothing, he's a massive G-Gen too. Okay, dude, he already talked about it. He said when he heard about it, he put a stop to it. Like, he shut down channels and the Discord server's been shut down entirely. What the fuck you mean? He did nothing. Holy shit. Like, you guys just assume this guy's like fucking evil, don't you? I mean, think about it, Comment Cop. Like, you gotta assume he's just fucking evil at this point, right? He's just totally down for minors getting abused and just chilling with fucking pedos and shit. You know, it's hilarious, right? That your entire argument against this guy is that he's a fucking degen, right? And that you made that argument for like 2 to 3 weeks, and Technicals only gained support from it. And it's hilarious because while you're doing this, I got like commentary claiming like this massive fucking W, right? When you're literally throwing the fucking kitchen sink at somebody and they only gain support.
That's called coping.
And he hasn't even uploaded a fucking video to respond to any of it yet. Like, holy shit. Like, what do you... This is what's going on before he fucking responds. What do you think's going to happen when Technicals finally does drop his video? What, they're suddenly going to turn against him when they've only been supporting him the entire time? I really wonder how your fucking brains work. Maybe he gained so much fucking support because you assumed he was fucking evil. You treat him like he was fucking evil. You brought his fucking brother into it, which you've never been able to fucking justify. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's the parallel. Once again, last part of the video.
Yeah. There's no... Look. You want to draw a parallel to what happened with this situation over here? Like...
Okay, let me simplify it as simply as possible, because this is their argument, not mine. There's a sexual situation in group chat with 19-year-old and minors. That's the parallel.
Okay. All right, sure.
Yeah.
All right, sure. How's this? Everybody who actually presented that fucking argument, you're a piece of shit. You're a horse fucking piece of shit. I got no respect for you whatsoever. None whatso-fucking-ever. Seriously, go fuck yourselves. If that's... let me just be clear. That's me with any fucking bridge that remains that hasn't already been charred up to fucking cinders. I'm taking gasoline and pouring it all over, right? And I'm just tossing matches everywhere, okay? Because I want nothing to do with you skeezy, sleazy motherfuckers, okay? Absolutely fucking nothing. Betrayed every single fucking thing that they fucking stood for, and went ahead and started leaking DMs. It took like less than a fucking week to get through all that shit.
I think it was day one they were leaking DMs with
day one.
That's what I remember.
Maybe his brother is a public figure. Hey, Comic Cop, get railed by a fucking horse too with that faggot Connor. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, public figure doesn't mean that they're related to every situation.
No. It does. It does. That's how his brain fucking works, right? He literally can't say how it fucking relates to the situation. He's just gonna go, well, his brother's your public figure. Well, I mean, it kind of proves technical since it's true. Yeah, dude, you're just a fucking little faggot. Fucking Christ, man. Seriously, no respect.
How good is my mic? Just
here, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Hold on.
Your mic is good.
Your mic is great.
Okay. Thank God, yes.
There we go.
Me way too
there we go.
long
I'm gonna do the big. I'm gonna do the big commentary thing and just hit you with that fucking unfollow. Fuck off, man. Jesus Christ! Like I don't need any of that shit anywhere near my fucking timeline.
To speak about his darkest moment. The manipulation becomes even more blatant when, after 3 minutes of pulling at your heartstrings with this part of the story,
whether you agree with the parallel, fuck off, dude. Like honestly, fuck off. Right? And look, man, honestly, it pissed me off when he brought his brother into shit, right? But what really just got me fucking going was the moral faggitude over fucking Zap Tie then getting brought up, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
you
fucking
see shit like
inconsistent.
that.
Like,
you
seriously.
see shit like that all the time. It's like, especially.
Like, oh my gosh, let me go bring this guy's brother into it, right? I can't actually say why he's being brought into it. There are some vague fucking parallels. I'm never going to bring up why it fucking actually matters, though. But you bringing up my friend, how dare you? And then y'all cried big ass crocodile fucking tears. Honestly, all of you, okay, fuck off. And please, I don't want any of that shit anywhere near my fucking timeline.
You see stuff like
I'm
that.
talking about like commentary community in general, Comic Cop. But you specifically, like, if you think the brother thing is fucking relevant and shit, also go fuck yourself.
So, like, another thing is, this is definitely a pattern with commentary, is that you see this with smaller cases all the time where it's like, people are being edgy assholes all the time. That's like their entire channel. They get called out once. They cry cancel culture.
I'm like Smartock. I know we're supposed to be talking, but like I'm having the bigger like fucking debate with this fucking faggot. I'm talking about Tech and his DGen brother. I'm not morally grandstanding about bringing public figures into public drama. LOL. How is it fucking relevant, you asshole?
You focus
right? That's
on
all
public.
I'm trying to say.
Wait, you focus on the word public. What about the word
like,
related?
Oh, he's public, so I'm just like, okay, right. So the next time Technicals drops a fucking video on like fucking cats and how cute they are when they get into little socks
Shane
with
Dawson.
a fucking puppy, and then you fucking show up and go like, but isn't your brother a pedophile? He's a public figure. Let's bring him up. Okay, asshole. Like seriously, dude. Like honestly, like where the fucking this is hilarious. I'm literally telling you it's not relevant, and your response is, well, he's still a public figure. Honestly, I'm not kidding. Upgrade from the fucking horse, go straight to the fucking elephant so you can take it from both fucking ends. He can rail you from behind and deep throat you with his fucking trunk, you absolute fucking degenerate.
Kinky.
And we should take it to Twitter now.
Just jumps right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable
and then delves.
Okay. Let's get back into it. I'm going to just completely ignore chat for a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, John Swan's emotional manipulation kind of shitty, but I think Technicals is worse because a lot of the because it was just kind of sap. It wasn't entirely related. Like, I mean, yeah, the suicide stuff, it's related, but like they didn't need to go on about it for as long, and they were interviews, not evidence, so it's not really the same thing as playing the entire or most of the chat. So it wasn't as related. I think the evidence not being as pertinent, or not the evidence, the sappy it being as pertinent in his video is kind of an issue.
Well, look, I mean, because like I want to go back a little bit to play through what he was saying there, just to jump in with everything. But as far as like the moral and the legal argument, I think both are relevant to any topic you talk about. It is. Now, I think for the most part, because we're not talking about like dealing with a court of law or I mean, in this case, we kind of are, because now we're dealing with the defamation lawsuit on top of everything else. I just mean we're not dealing with like a criminal proceeding here. So realistically for YouTubers, the moral argument 9 times out of 10 is going to be the most important thing possible, right? But the legal argument is still relevant. It absolutely is.
Into the legal argument.
Okay, but I mean, like, okay, but also it's just like that a lot of the stuff with the, I'm not referring to the legal stuff, I'm referring to the kind of like the 3-minute like the 3-minute like Discord discussions that are just like really really emotional and not super relevant. Just like they're just kind of, oh, that isn't that sad that he was sad. It's kind of like that.
I mean, look, sad that he's sad. I mean, I get what I can kind of understand the argument when people say that, right? But look, the only explanation for that note is that it would be a suicide note. I think that if I look at it, I can see where he's talking about atonement, where he's telling people to stop defending him, right? He seems genuinely remorseful for something, right? And he goes on to actually make a real attempt on his life, right? And he tried to before making that attempt, but he got talked down the first time. So this is a guy who clearly is in distress, right? And I think that, yes, his state of mind is important. Now, here's what I will say, right? Everything that, like, Technicals did not lie about ZeRo when he presented that information. He did not lie about ZeRo. He did not present something that was untrue. If the context of what his state of mind is would then change someone's opinion of the guy, it's not on you to withhold that from people. Like, you don't get to choose what people are going to hear. You don't get to decide what you're going to filter into your fucking audience, right? If you know something, present it. Present it. Let them make their own decision on it, right? Present your own opinion. It's perfectly fine. But, like, don't withhold things from them. I'm not okay with that. Right? I'm really not okay with it. Because the other thing is, I want to know how we got to this point with any case, right? I want to know how we got to this point, and understanding how somebody thinks and what drove them to do something is kind of important.
Wait, but like, it would be withholding if it's not showing the entire like discussion or whatnot, but it's not important context if he doesn't focus on the messages from like every message from earlier, and he only focused on the really bad ones.
Well, look, I think that he said that the messages exist, right? And he's showing you the worst messages in those message chains, right? I kind of don't know why you'd want him to read through 11 different chat logs.
Not necessarily read through, just like at least show
Flash him
more.
on the screen really quick.
Sure.
I mean, like, look, honestly, I think that you could probably criticize him no matter how he chooses to present the evidence there. Because your criticism isn't so much how you present the evidence, it's that you feel he was defending a pedophile.
No, I'm just talking about the evidence.
No, I mean, like, in general, though. Like, people feel like he was defending a pedophile, and they feel like because he wasn't presenting it properly, like, he was trying to, like, cover up for what this guy did, right? So I'm looking at it, I'm kind of going, if he takes the worst message in that chain and reads it out, which is a message where it actually talks about rubbing bellies, which is as close to sexual as you can get with those messages, right? I don't understand why you need the message where he's going, Lamau! Like,
well, why do you need the okay, so I mean, you could easily just put like some of the interview stuff in the description.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I think in the description he probably could have like included more links to stuff if they weren't in his video, like if that's what you want to talk about. But like if I go into let me just go to his channel really quick. Okay.
Like, I just think like a lot of the messages are more important. Like, even just like some of the messages surrounding the bad ones, just more of that would be nice, just to double check and make sure it doesn't look too manipulative. That'd be nice, and I feel like that's more important than a lot of the just like sad interviews, and a lot of things go private, like, and that stuff isn't like, in fact, we already know that a lot of the stuff is private and Technicals won't share it, whether it's legal obligation or whatnot. Like, those are like, it wasn't like, we could pretty much understand pretty quickly that, like, yes, ZeRo was suicidal at the time. Like, I don't know, the pacing was issue. This was an issue in both of their videos.
Here's my problem, right? Like, we just said all of that, okay? And even with Technicals putting that all in his fucking video, right? I still have people in the fucking RFC community who think like it's unironically cool to joke about how they'll believe he's remorseful if he just makes another suicide attempt.
Well, I'm not arguing for them.
I know, my point is, even with how Technicals presented his entire thing on ZeRo, there are still people who looked at it and said, yeah, I hope he tries to kill himself again. Like, they don't care. They don't give a shit. I think
that's more proof that it doesn't really matter showing the whole thing, because it's like you show as much as you can. You kind of go over the same information. The people who believe it will believe it. The people who don't won't.
I think that it's important to stipulate, right, what his actual mental state is, so that I can understand if he is going to be a threat to people moving forward, right? If there are other circumstances that led to this happening that aren't a factor anymore, I want to know that if I'm going to decide like whether or not this guy's a threat to kids today, right? If you're telling me that that sort of information is completely irrelevant, then I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do.
It's not completely, just like not that long. That long, kind of just the pace, it drags on, and you can't. I mean, it's debatable. I guess you don't feel like it's emotionally manipulative because you feel like it is very important to dissect their mental state and like really know it all. But like, I think it conveys it perfectly fine with just a smaller segment, and more than that, just kind of looks a little desperate, and maybe it can be conveyed as a little manipulative because it's like focusing more on the mental state than the screenshots that he goes over pretty quickly, comparatively speaking.
Well, I mean, like,
because that's like the crux of the issue is like those screenshots in a way.
So I think the thing is, though, if you've watched his content, it would make sense that he talks about that, right? So
I've haven't watched Technicals'
well, okay,
other
videos.
videos.
This is why I said like I wanted to know whether or not you've watched his content. All right, let me go to his channel really quick and just show you a couple things. And I'm not going to play any videos, but just so you guys can check this out later on your own. He did something. Okay, I believe it's in the case of Anti. Watch this video if you want to understand what informed his decisions on ZeRo, because it's all in his Anti video. So when he talks about Anti, right?
Jesus, how long is that?
Okay, I'm not going to play it. I'm not playing the video, just to be clear. Watch this video. I'll put it in the chat for everybody. Watch it at your leisure sometime. If you want to know what informed Technical's decision on ZeRo, watch his coverage of Anti from 7 months ago. Because Anti talks about what happened to him when he was canceled, right? And the depression and the thoughts of wanting to end his own life, all of it, right?
Wait.
And Anti, what's up?
Can I read some of the super chats?
Oh shit, yeah, we're probably kind of far behind. But wait, really quick, before you read the super chat, let me just finish this just real quick.
Okay.
So Anti says in his video, like, he heard about the accusations against I believe Sky, or not Sky, Nairo and ZeRo, and he checked in on both of them because he didn't know, what was true or what wasn't, but he was worried that those two were going to kill themselves over the accusations when they came out, right? So if you want to know what informed his decision on ZeRo, he actually says it. When he heard about ZeRo's case, he was strongly against the guy until he started digging further into it. So again, like, bring up his brother and this whole like peril thing, I thought was like really dumb, because if you actually paid any attention to Technical's channel, which is why I like the idea of these commentary guys like fucking loved him and shit. I think it's fucking bullshit. They clearly didn't pay attention to what he was fucking uploading. Because it's on his channel. His video on fucking Anti, I think you directly it's informing everything that he's saying about ZeRo. Because a lot of the things in that video are similar with what's in the ZeRo video.
Well, I don't feel like I should fault myself entirely for not.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I just mean, like, this is one of the things I said, right? John Swan didn't do any research before he uploaded that video because he already assumed he knew why Technicals had his stance to begin with, probably because his friends had told him that they already knew. And so he didn't actually feel the need to go through Technical's channel and check against his previous content. Because he had done that, maybe he could have put together a better fucking narrative by actually showing previous takes from Technicals. But he didn't do any research. He already had everything hand delivered to him. Well, I speculate on that a little bit. I think he was just fucking scripting and editing. I mean, it's the only thing he's fucking good at. Anyways, let's get back into the video.
Oh, what about the super chats?
Oh, read the super chats. Sorry. Will you read? Okay. Okay. Do this. Red Scare, you there?
Yep.
Okay, so I raged out like really hardcore, which probably means I need to go see if I can get my backup
Your dad.
working. Yeah. So why don't you guys read the super chats? I'll be back if there's a super chat that I need to respond to. Just keep it on hold for me, okay?
I think that Alec, you should read the super chats. You're our wonderful guest on the show tonight.
You. I'm
you should
honored.
read the super chats that we missed.
Hell yeah. GG Evan 317 says, Crow, is your dab ready? Question mark. Take a hit.
Well, GG Evans,
$2.
that is what he's doing right now. He's
very
checking
well
to see if it's
timed,
charged.
even though it was like an hour prior or something.
Yeah.
Mildly OCD donated $2. Here's some money for a Snickers bar. Hear that, Crow?
Snickers bar?
Yeah.
I prefer Twix. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're not you when you're hungry.
Yeah.
Sabadier Z donated $5. Don't know if this was brought up, but the Laura story was never brought up until ZeRo brought it up, and that's pretty self-destructive in my opinion. Yeah, that's a thing I really don't get. Like, it's also like, I mean, we don't know what the fuck's true anymore since like he vaguely confessed very specifically and then vaguely went back and said it was exaggerated. But the fact that it was reading like a suicide note while also both denying some things and confirming some things makes me think that the confession was for the most part true. And so the defamation case is also a little weird. That's all. That seems like weird, but like, yeah, if you want to just say only one minor thing, that if that is true, which we can't trust ZeRo for shit anymore, if that is true, that's that's technically a second minor, even though it was a catfish. So
yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, that's a little. It's all confusing now.
The thing about the defamation lawsuit is defamation lawsuits are really hard to prove usually, especially in the United States. So if his lawyers are going after a defamation lawsuit, they must be really confident.
Yeah, Comic Cop, that's not the case. He brought up Zaptai to prove that Augie was inconsistent with his takes. Had nothing to do with ZeRo.
Yeah, it was. I do remember specifically the hypocrisy being pointed out, and that's like, ugh.
I mean, like, just so you know, and I wasn't cool with Zaptai being brought up either, but like, when you start swinging below the fucking belt, why would you expect the other guy not to do that?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm like an eye for an eye kind of guy.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. That's the thing. Like, I was just like, okay. On top of you being fucking scumbags, now you're being like moral fucking bags about it. Like,
just
fuck
the fact
off.
that they got so sad about
it. Yeah, dude. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe he did that.
I know that you like.
And Comic Cop didn't do that. Just to be clear, because I'm being an absolute asshole to the guy. So I want to be clear. He did not do that.
He's being pretty patient too. So
he's being like insanely fucking patient. Fucking Christ. I feel like such an asshole. All right, let's keep playing.
The audience to feel bad for ZeRo. We've just spent the last 2.5 minutes going over claims that he asked a 14-year-old girl for nudes when he was 19, and then we spend an entire 3 minutes where he has the opportunity to speak about his darkest moment. The manipulation becomes even more blatant when after 3 minutes...
Well, hold on. You got the confession. Technicals is telling you that the confession's part of like the suicide note, and then Technicals laying out his state of mind and how he is depressed. These would all follow a natural chain, right? Like, it's not like out of fucking nowhere. You little fucking jackass. What do you fucking mean? Like, that's okay. It's smart Alec, right? I understand what you're saying. Like, if you just play the clips of Technicals laying all that shit out about ZeRo's mental state and everything, right? If you just had that segment in his video, right? No other context behind it, I could completely understand how you could see that and just view it as him only defending ZeRo's actions with the minor, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, it was presented after he states that confession was part of a suicide note. Now, look, you might
So, like, how much of that was in the 3? So, like, which parts of that are in the 3 minutes John's counting?
Well, I mean, he just skipped through everything, so I don't know.
Like,
I'm going by John Swan's video, dude. Like, I don't even know what timestamp this is on ZeRo on a fucking Technicals video. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't.
It's all good. I don't either.
Let me just hit play.
Pulling at your heartstrings with this part of the story, Technicals just jumps right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them
100% unacceptable,
and then delves into the legal argument that no one with any notable platform has ever made, at least not to my knowledge.
Okay, I'll get into that, but like the messages would be totally unacceptable, right? Like, how is that? Did he say that was downplaying it?
I mean, it's not very detailed.
I mean, look, let me be very clear. Those messages are completely inappropriate, but that's all I can say because they literally are not sexting. They're not instructing her to behave in a certain way.
That would have been a perfect opportunity for like him to like kind of go into specific examples and just,
yeah.
I think that's what he should have done, just to like, because it does feel like a bit of downplaying to just like do it so quick. Yeah, I guess a lot of my points are about pacing, I'm realizing.
Well, I mean, like, I get it, and I can understand where you guys are coming from. It's just, if I know that it wasn't just randomly put in the video for sympathy bait, but I know it was flat out put in there as an explanation for the confession, then you like people turning around. Look, you can disagree on that point. Like, you can say that that note was not in any way a suicide note. If you want to have that fucking debate, you have it, right? But Technical's actual argument in the video with that is that, yes, he did confess. However, the confession was related to his suicide, right? Like his actual suicide attempts. And then he presents to you that no, he is, because could you imagine, like, honestly, smart Alec, could you imagine if Technicals presents that and then goes, but he did it because he was suicidal and that's a suicide note. And then he just moves on to the next point.
Well, I mean, that would be
everybody knows like Technicals would have been ripped to fucking shreds instantly.
Well, I mean, Technicals
by his own community.
Technicals is pretty. He's proven that he's smart enough to, you know, come up with smart sounding shit and like even on the fly in the debate. It's been 3 hours, Dad.
No, I get it.
I feel like that's on him to come up with a smoother way to transition and or maybe justify, yeah, or like explain. I think it's entirely in his abilities to do that, and I think he could have done that.
Hold on, I just want to get one quick thing here from Comic Cop. Augie being inconsistent when implies Zaptai is guilty, but Zaptai isn't guilty while ZeRo actually is.
Oh, fuck, not this again. Oh, this is such a mess.
Dude. No.
I don't know anything about Zaptai. I'm just not.
I'm not going to go into that. What I was just going to ask Comic Cop, just specifically, what is ZeRo actually guilty of?
You should change the title to the Smart Alec versus Crow versus Comic Cop video.
Well, no. I'm not even debating him. I'm just like genuinely curious what he would state specifically like he's guilty of. Is it sexting the minor, or is it just speaking with the minor? Because like I don't think that the sexting has been proven. Like I mean that's all I can say. So I'm just curious what Comic Cop feels about it. I'm genuinely just curious.
I feel like after all these cases, there need to be like more in between terms invented. Because people just want to use a word, but it's like not quite accurate and it's all legal. Instead of grooming, like call it schmooming, where it's like
no shit. That's just gonna make people laugh, and you don't want people laughing over fucking pedophile allegations. Believe me.
Yeah, I know. I
can only assume this because the tweets he shows to transition into this section have no likes and 3 likes, respectively. If any big names...
ZeRo is guilty of being 19 flirting with a 14-year-old minor. Okay. I mean, like, here's the problem. Technicals acknowledges that's what happened. I acknowledge that's what happened. I think everybody acknowledged that's what happened. I thought the, like, big disagreement was whether or not he was, like, asking the minor to sex. Because, like, John Swan says the Ice Cube thing, like, I want to say, like, 4 or 5 times in his video. So that's where... Like, I try to, like, figure out where the disconnect is between people, because it seems like everybody agrees what ZeRo did was wrong. It's just, like, people seem to be, like, disagreeing as far as...
I think it's really important. Does Technicals deny the Ice Cube thing in this video? No?
Actually, Zaptai player, which is legal worries. Actually, no. I think Zaptai did commit a crime. The girl was, like, 13 or 14, and she posted, or she gave him photos of her in her underwear, which
it was like a catfish on top of all.
No. It wasn't a catfish. Okay, stop.
Something.
No.
Oh,
in the Zaptai case, she was 13 or 14 years old. She told him that she was 17 initially, then said 16, but she had used her actual photos, right? And the photos were of her in her underwear. Now, in the state where Zaptai lives, I think that that's actually a crime. It doesn't actually have to be a nude. It's like it's an actual crime if he's getting them in their underwear, right? I know that there was some thing about how it was, like, posted to Twitter and shit, but, like, actual CPs on Twitter. So that's still not an excuse for it. But in terms of, like, morally, is Zaptai guilty of anything? No, I don't think so at all. Legally, I mean, you might have something where you could kind of, like, you know, nitpick, but, like, morally speaking, I don't think the guy did anything wrong. Legally, I mean, maybe, but it's like, it's kind of like that moral and legal argument about, you know, a minor sneaking into a bar and hooking up with somebody, right? Everybody there is going to assume that they're an adult. However, if later on you sleep with her and she is a minor, it's a crime, even if you had every reason to assume she was an adult.
I've heard plenty of horror stories of, like, they were 17, like the fake ID. That's just fake.
Yeah, I mean, that it's Sen said it, legality versus morality. I think that's the Zaptai, like the Zaptai thing. It's legality versus morality, because look, the images of her in her underwear are definitely not good. But morally speaking, he did think that she was either 17 or 16, and, like, I mean, I can't, like, sit there and really say you should really try to pursue some sort of, like, criminal thing over the fucking underwear pics if you really thought that she was an adult, right?
That's why you
or like not an adult, but like 16 or 17, which would have been fine.
That's why you gotta do with people you graduated in the same class with, guys.
Yeah. Now, in terms of, like,
you know them, so hey,
okay, you want me to be a total asshole? Like, you want me to total asshole with the Zaptai thing? You could argue then he's like a second-year law student when he does this shit, but, like, realistically, I still don't think morally there's anything there. Maybe there's, like, a legal thing, but morally there isn't. However, Technicals felt like there was something as far as, like, Augie's coverage of it.
Wait, so what, like...
Well, because Technicals brought it up to Augie because of the whole thing of bringing up his brother.
So she was kind of like... Was she... So what's the age of, like, the person in the Zaptai thing? What's both of their ages?
Okay. So he is... To my understanding, when he actually gets the images, he's 20 years old, right? He believes the girl is 17 at first when they're talking. She later says 16 or something like that, right? Which is still perfectly fine where he's at, right? I think age of consent in the States like 16. We're just talking like a moral thing, right?
Yeah.
We're talking like a 3 to 4 year age difference. But in reality, she was 13 or 14 years old. And she was using her actual photos, and she did send him photos in her underwear.
So that was like a 4-year gap?
Well, look, if it's 20 and 13...
That's
like
so it's
this is in terms of like actually receiving the images, right? That's where it becomes like a legality thing. But morally speaking, he was being lied to about her age, right? Like, I mean, I'm hard pressed to say that he did something wrong there. I mean, you could probably find something that you could question, but like, yeah, I can see why people get upset when you bring it up, because he got like dragged hella fucking hard as like an actual pedophile and shit. But like I also feel like people are a little bit like they don't present the Zaptai case accurately because like there's so much misinformation around it.
Well, personally, as a 20-year-old, uh, fellow 20-year-olds, just you got 18-year-olds, just do that.
Yeah, right.
What
Like
the
that'd be
fuck?
the easy solution, right?
It just what the fuck?
Yeah, I
It's,
did.
uh,
I mean, like again, morality, legality. I don't think that there's any legality issue.
that's
Like,
definitely in
sorry, I
the
don't think there's any morality issue. Maybe a legality thing because I'm pretty sure that's still a crime where he lives. But I
that's
also don't think that it's a crime that he intends to intended to commit or that he would ever commit again. You know what I
that's
mean? Like if
definitely
that's if he
just.
did.
I mean, it's not like pedophilic, but it's like there's definitely there's a middle ground to me between like bad and like obviously that, but it's like I think like at this age it's so weird like with the people who are like this youthful age that's like young adult, like really young adult. It's always sketchy with minors and just
Yeah, look,
it's weird. It's
so
just that's weird. I'm just gonna say don't.
yeah.
That's
This comment from Sen though, like it's exactly what I was talking about earlier with you, right? Zaptai got dragged hard, and anyone that at time was trying to prove Zaptai's innocence was shamed as a pedo defender, if I remember correctly. I mean, like the problem I have is,
and every case on the internet with this shit.
Look, if I just go by what those messages show, right? The final message is him telling her like, you'll grow up, you're still a baby, and then an hour later he ends the conversation for good, right? There's the conversations themselves never reach a sexually explicit level. I think that like Concock said, he was flirting with her, but like it looks like he acknowledges that she is way too young for him because there's a couple other messages in December where he's saying something very similar, like you'll find yourself a nice boy and shit like that. And I think John Swan actually showed the message in his like supercut too. So when I look at those, like those are their final messages with each other. I can see a point where he is acknowledging that she is way too young for her to be talking to him, right? And at the start, I don't see any sexually explicit messages. It's just I'm being asked to believe that in the middle, these messages that I don't have, that's where everything like sexual took place. I don't know.
So I guess it does come down to opinion at the end. For me personally, that's too. I still feel like that's just that he came too close, and it was too
I get
weird.
it. No,
and I don't
I
trust
completely
him.
get it. I completely get it. If that's how you feel about it, with all the context and everything, it makes sense to me, right? It's just I have to sit there and go like I don't know if he's a threat towards kids today, right? Like I don't think that's been proven. I don't think anyone's even tried to prove that. But like as far as his messages go, I can't even show that he was going to get sexual, right? Like if I got I think like Comic Cop put it, there's one in there. I can't say the perverted bear thing though. There's something about that. I can't say anything. Now as far as like the why only rub your belly, same thing. I can't. But like, yeah, there's still questions with those messages, right? Needs to be like, looked at as a whole. I'm just saying that there are still more questions here. And it seems like really stupid if there are more questions in this scenario. It seems really stupid to just like act like, case closed, wash your hands of it. Because again, that's what happened with Zaptai.
Well,
Literally what
here's
happened with
an
Zaptai.
issue I have with like text point and like some of the defenses, some of the excuses don't make sense to me.
Yeah,
like so because we didn't really show the message, but I do very much remember it in the video, and it's shown in here where he like talks about her being his little secret, and also the message where we see that he figures out it's wrong. I don't think that can really be blamed on cultural differences too much because
yeah, no, I agree.
yeah, that's
Reading
like
through it, yeah.
like he knew it, like he did.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't buy the he was ignorant kind of excuse. Like it's not as bad as Cosmodore's "I'm from Germany" excuse.
Yeah. Well, look.
Oh
look,
wait, fuck, those aren't the
first
laws.
The only thing I can say is, he does come from a different country and shit. So, like, in terms of like not understanding dialogue and shit. But even then, right? If you take a look at it, I've been told like the laws in Chile are like way more nuanced in terms of that shit than age of consent just being 14 where he lives. So
it's
like
always more nuanced. Like
yeah. So like I've like walked away from that for the most part. I still think that you got some sort of culture you could probably like make in terms of figuring out his mentality, but I do think it's a bit of a stretch to say that he didn't think that doing that stuff was wrong.
Oh, here's
right?
an interesting fact about another country. You know how like sometimes creepy people like to cite the Japanese national age of consent of 13 or whatever?
Yeah.
And like
I heard like different it's not actually 13 because like the different prefectures have their own age of consent on top.
Yeah, it's kind of like how there's national law and state law. It's basically like everywhere in Japan, like their whatever province or whatever small thing, it's like most of the places are 18. There's like this one tiny creepy little section that's 13, but everywhere else is like 16, 18 stuff.
Yeah, which is like more in line with how it is everywhere else.
Usually you only see people talking about the like where I usually see the stupid age of 13 thing is like when people argue about fucking anime characters who aren't even underaged. They
it gets hilarious when you bring up Japan because they always say the same thing. They go into the anime stuff and they're that's because age of consent there's 13. They just want to fuck kids. I'm like, goddamn, dude. Like a lot of these conversations straight up, they require like way more fucking nuance than people are willing to apply because they feel like if they don't have this like super hard line fucking stance.
You thought YouTube and Twitter was bad? You should look at the anime comment sections on fucking Instagram. Oh my god, they're the same arguments every time, and both sides are just trash. Okay. They're either one side calling someone a pedo for liking a 21-year-old with big titties, on the other side saying age of consent 13 for no reason.
Okay.
We should probably get back on topic.
Okay, yeah. But real quick, if you want an account on Twitter for all that shit, go follow Spooky Weeb Trash. He's constantly posting anime pics and arguing with people about Lolicon.
I found this one account
hilarious.
that was antis who just turn out to be pedos.
Okay. We got to focus up because I went to 1.5 speed. So
okay.
Arguments, or if this was even a consensus in general, don't you think he would have pulled some more popular tweets? I don't buy it. Everyone is aware that the police are notoriously terrible at prosecuting online crimes, especially when there isn't explicit material involved. Technicals knows this too. By debunking an argument that no one was making in the first place, Tech is priming the audience to accept his version of the story. It's all about building a narrative. Obviously, I'm talking about transition into this section, have no likes and 3 likes, respectively. If any big names...
Okay. What exactly were the argument?
Right back into the allegations. Here he glosses over the messages and broadly calls them 100% unacceptable, and then delves into the legal argument that no one with any notable platform has ever made, at least not to my knowledge. I can only assume this because the tweets he shows to transition into this section have no likes and...
Okay. Answer should be in jail, smash, whatever. Discredit the victim, which is
3 likes, respectively.
My guy, he was getting news from underage girls. He's pedo. Okay. I don't think that too many people have made a legal argument just because you're way past statute of limitations on it. But like, there are plenty of people who go around saying ZeRo should be in jail. I mean, there are people out right now, unironically, saying he should go attempt suicide again. Like, I mean, dude,
how many of them have a big platform?
You know what though? If you got like 100 fucking little squeebs doing it to you, it's probably gonna fucking grind on you.
Yeah, but like, he's still. You know, I feel like Tech should have maybe got one with more likes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a little weak on Tech's end.
Look, if you're gonna present a bunch of tweets that don't have likes on them, then you should present more than 2.
Yeah,
that's a fair point. That is a fair point. But again, I also think that not too many people are really trying to make a legal argument for it because realistically it's never gone to court. Now, I'll always say this, right? I'm always skeptical of people that don't go to fucking the cops when they say that they have evidence and they want to take it online and they want to remain anonymous. I have every reason to fucking look at that and go, yeah, some reason I just don't fucking trust this.
If any big names were making these arguments, or if this was even a consensus in general, don't you think he would have pulled some more popular tweets? I don't buy it. Everyone is aware that the police are notoriously terrible at executing online crimes, especially when there isn't explicit material involved.
I wouldn't say everyone knows.
Well, look, I mean, he just acknowledged that there's no explicit material involved.
Yeah. That's also a big thing.
That's kind of a big thing, dude. Well, I mean, because right, like the explicit material would be the sexting, right? Like if John Swan's video, he's like literally saying like no explicit material involved. I mean,
no, he's just saying that like I think the no explicit material is like him just acknowledging that, you know, Ice Cube, no one fucking knows if that's real. Well, he thinks it is because of the confession, but you can't prove it to the cops very well. And yeah, I think like,
well, in a court of law, like realistically, let's say he was arrested, right? And we're talking about like this stuff happened like a week ago. He put out the fucking note that confesses to it. He attempts to kill himself. They arrest him, and you know they're bringing stuff up. Like they would never bring that suicide note up into court, like not without some heavy restrictions on it.
Yeah, I do like that John Swan is like a lot of time with these cases, people flip flop between like moral and legal when it's convenient. It was so bad with Carson. Like when you disprove one, they just flip to the other. It was like a fucking slot machine.
All the time.
I do like I think it's really good that John Swan here is taking a firm stance in just the moral position, and he's even acknowledging that he doesn't, or at least implying he doesn't think a legal argument's good. Like it's added consistency. I appreciate that.
Hey, Common Cop, I'm going to give you a heads up. Why don't you go read through her initial accusation, then compare it to Jizu's accusation if you think that she hasn't been caught in one lie. Heads up. I mean, it's out there.
Debunking an argument that no one was making in the first place, Tech is priming the audience to accept his version of the story. It's all about building a narrative.
Obviously, I'm talking about it because it's a narrative. Every video that talks about shit like this is a narrative, obviously.
And that becomes even more apparent in the next section of the video.
Now, the million-dollar question is ZeRo a pedophile? Now, I know that this is a very emotionally charged subject, and some of you have probably already made up your minds. But when it comes to a label that would suggest past, present, future, and potential harm of children, I think it's important to make sure that the shoe fits nice and snug.
This definition is so specific and has such a high bar that it cannot be reasonably applied to most people that society would be pretty comfortable with calling pedophiles. You have to remember that most pedophiles never offend, and that pedophilia is simply defined as sexual feelings directed.
Okay.
Let me just look at the Google definition and get on a list right now.
Yeah, okay, here.
Oh, God, why is this so fucking long? I don't want to say that word that many times, whatever. So, according to Britannica, it's long story short, it's like it's also considered a mental disorder here, but it only discusses the interest or attempts to engage in sexual acts with prepubescent children. So it's still technically consistent that this version is just like you just need the interest, you don't need to do anything.
So Pieman's a pedophile.
This lexico, yeah, it's a really that's one thing I've had with the.
So Zaptai is a pedophile.
Yeah, that's like the issue I've had with the definition is like they don't specify whether it's like they don't specify minors being attracted to minors being exempt from it, so it's really stupid. I've seen people cite this online and say like, oh, 2 12-year-olds together, pedophilia.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem. This definition over here, this ropes in so many people who we know are not pedophiles, and you would have to call them a fucking pedophile based on this definition. That's why I said, like, I don't know, like, how fucking stupid you can be to include this in your video. But the problem is, like, John Swan's complaining that the way Technicals described it is just so narrow that it wouldn't contain anybody. And then his response is to come up with the most broad fucking definition he can. And, like, you want me to criticize like John Swan on his fucking dream shit? Yeah, he fucking disgraced himself, right? Entirely, right? But in terms of like his other past coverage, dude, he's really inconsistent with who he calls a fucking pedophile. He called Pieman a pedophile when he was 15 interested in a 12-year-old, right?
Yeah.
He called him a
just
pedophile.
fucking
He said he would
jumped on
never.
that. Like,
Yeah, he
didn't
said he would
look
never
into
recover
it.
from it. And
The
like,
creepiest part was just how he was basically laughing about it for months on end.
it went no. His like shit with Pie Man went on for fucking months, and it didn't stop until Willie Mac did a video. And then he fucking issued an actual apology to Pie Man.
Yeah, that was the part that I didn't forgive at all. That was fucking so.
I don't need to go into the suicide baiting accusation, but like specifically accusing him of being a pedophile when he was 15.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't need to go
wait
into
a second.
thing.
Wait, I'm not gonna go into that.
Yeah,
but
what?
there is a parallel here. I just caught this.
Yeah.
John Swan might have a pattern of being dismissive of suicidal tendencies after being. Is this just like a?
Well, I mean, look. Let's be honest. He does
similar to Pie Man in a weird sort of way.
I mean,
look.
Look. Yeah. In a way, because if you think about it, he did the same thing with Pie Man, where he accused him of being a suicide baiter.
We can both agree Pie Man was way worse, though.
Okay, yeah, the stuff with Pie Man that he did was way worse. Okay, so let's talk about like the suicide thing, right? Because we already took that off the screen. In the Pie Man situation, he argued that Pie Man wasn't actually suicidal. He was just suicide baiting because Pie Man didn't actually go through with it, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, John Swan was like, look, John Swan's like totally fucking dismissive of things like that, right? It's not the first time. Okay. Then you go into his shit with Pie Man where he accused him of being pedophile when he was 15. He accused some other person. I think it was Vex. I might be wrong with the name, but someone who was like 18 years old was engaging with a 15-year-old, and he called that person a pedophile too.
You should look into stuff with like he has a little partner in crime on Twitter called Jacko, and it seems like there's a little thing where one of them is like the pointer for the other one. I don't know who, and they both end up being in similar stuff.
He admitted it and won't deny it to this day. I mean, dude, Comic Cop, like,
I thought he didn't deny it.
I mean, like, no, that's not the problem. He's literally suing these people for fucking defamation. I don't know how much firmer of a fucking denial you can get to. Like, but okay, but why he's not fucking publicly speaking on it. Like, you literally know why. So
but don't you think it's really weird that like in his suicide note he denies some things, he confirms others,
not
and
really,
then
because,
he
like,
turns around and says it's like I don't want to say all defamation, but something about it was defamation.
No,
and isn't that like
smart out? You know why he's doing that? Because you're literally looking at someone who's suicidal and is going through like severe fucking depression, and you're expecting them to have a healthy, rational mind in how they act next.
Well, I don't even think it's like rational then. I'm just thinking about now. Like, doesn't he realize how bad that very famous tweet looks for a defamation lawsuit if he confirmed it all earlier on a very public and well-known platform that news media outlets even published?
Wait. What? Sorry, repeat that.
Well, just think about how damaging the initial confession is for his current lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But here's your problem. Before he confessed, his friends had already disowned him. He had lost a contract with Facebook Gaming to do streaming specifically on their platform, and he had lost a ton of sponsorships. This was all before the confession, by the way. So yeah, the confession probably added into it, but I doubt they're going to be seeking damages on things that took place after the confession.
Well, I mean, still though, that the confession was about stuff that predates the damages. It was referring to stuff that predates the damages. It's still a confession on the stuff he's going to be discussing for damages in court. And another thing is like, I know he was irrational, but if some of it was a lie, it seems so arbitrary and random and not just irrational, just like, oh, some of it's true, some of it's not.
You're asking somebody who has an irrational mind to be acting rationally.
But like, what's the core? It's not even like rationality. It's just like
it is.
Well, it's like even
it literally is. You're going like, I can't understand why he would do it this way.
But like in his irrational,
dude, I don't understand how he could wake up in the morning and think, man, it'd be so much better if I just ate a fucking bullet versus my cereal. I can't understand that either, smart Alec, and neither can you.
I mean, well, actually,
Well, you know
a
what I
bit
mean,
there.
though. Like, I mean, we've all like been there, I guess, but like we don't actually know what it's like to go through with it like this guy did.
I don't want to get too personal,
Well,
but
okay. Like I don't, then you know what I mean.
like it's just, I think it's definitely something to look into in court, because it's like now we're in a situation where it's like some stuff.
Yeah, I think I think you're right now that you're in court and everything. But like when we're talking about like as far as like being dismissive of that part, now as far as like labeling people pedophiles when they're not, John Swan's done that plenty of times. Like this, he's got no
Yeah,
fucking
he's got
basis
a
on this shit.
pattern.
And again, if this is the definition he's using, it makes sense why he keeps labeling people pedophiles when they're not pedophiles. If his criticism is that Technical's definition, the actual definition, is too narrow, right? This dumbass then went to the total fucking opposite extreme and went with the broadest fucking definition that encompasses people that nobody would label a pedophile.
But do we have like a definition that's in between these? Like a nice one that's like not super specific and not one that's too vague?
The actual definition of it would be an adult that has a sexual attraction to prepubescent children.
Yeah.
So like the actual definition really doesn't apply to anybody either that we normally call a pedophile.
Yeah.
Just to be
that's
clear.
Another weird thing is like people are like that's something that's bothered me is like, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna someone's gonna take me out of context and then I'm gonna be murdered. So I'm just gonna say this prior. Yeah, don't fuck teenagers. Moving on.
No, yeah, duh.
Kids, like there's a world of difference between prepubescent and teenagers that the internet seemed to all but fucking forgotten. The difference is massive, and that's a big issue because it's like there's a lot of teens who like see, I'm gonna get fucking murked.
Dude, I'm gonna get like fucking murked for having this on the screen for so fucking long. Jesus.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
I gotta like move on with that video, dude.
Yeah, there's a big difference between like just like some teens, they do look like adults, and sometimes teens act more like adults than kids. That is just like little kids. That is just a fact, and the internet seems to think that like 16 and 4-year-olds are the same, and they're not. It is so different, and they just need to remember that. Like and that's another thing is like I guess that's why the term ebophilia exists.
Yeah, okay, like I mean, yeah, nobody's gonna like run around saying ebiphiliac, but like, look,
yeah,
we're using pedo improperly half the time, like more than half the time when we use it,
yeah,
because like pedos aren't attracted to teenagers; they're only attracted to prepubescent kids. But like, we use that term very incorrectly. But also, like, we don't like if we use the actual literal definition for fucking pedophilia, right? And then also use that definition, which is like anyone who experiences attractions to a child is pedophile. We'd be calling a ton of fucking people pedophiles when they're not.
Anyone,
we're not really. I mean,
anyone who's ever had a
definition
crush before they were 18, you're fucked, loser.
Yeah, no, like that's where I'm in. Like this is the type of thing where I'm just like, I don't understand why you put this in your video, because there's a lot of people that aren't pedos that would like fall under this definition.
This is like a part that I'm just kind of conflicted about, because it's like does seem like Technicals is too far one way and John is too far the other, but they have similar strategy. That almost sums up the whole response. Is like they're on opposite ends of the spectrum. They do similar tactics, right down to the fucking style, even, which was intentional. And
yeah, look, I mean, I'd have to watch back through Technical's video, because I'll be frank with you, I haven't watched it to prepare for this, and I didn't watch it before I had watched John Swan's video when it came out. Right. So like, maybe you're right. I can't remember Technical's video.
I haven't watched it in a while. Maybe I'm spitting bullshit.
I don't. Maybe you're right. Like I didn't feel that way when I watched it, but like, you know, you felt a little bit differently now that we're watching this together. So,
yeah.
Maybe I literally can't remember it. You can't remember it. We got to just focus on the John Swan shit.
Oh my god, we need to keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, the phrase for this, NOMAP, which stands for non-offending minor attracted person. You would probably call these people pedophiles, and you would be completely justified in doing so. But under Technical's definition, they wouldn't qualify because they themselves have stated that they will not and have not harmed or abused children. When you arbitrarily raise the bar for definitions like this, it starts to have unintended...
Okay, jackass, your fucking bar is so low, your unintended consequence is Zaptie's a pedophile, Pieman is a pedophile, and you are a pedophile because at one time, when you're like 15 years old, you were probably attracted to another minor. You stupid bitch. Your definition is too broad if his definition is too narrow. Fucking retard.
There's something in my... Damn it, I haven't looked at my notes all
side
fucking
effects.
stream.
For example, should a YouTuber with a child fan base that has admitted to being a non-offending pedophile be allowed to create content for children? Absolutely not. And the same goes...
Okay, fuck off, dude. Like, should a YouTuber who has admitted to being a non-offending pedophile, like, okay, all right, great fucking leap. I'm not going to let it fucking stand, though. You know that's not what's going on here. Fuck off. Unless you think that he admitted to being a non-offending pedophile.
I mean...
Maybe you think he is a non-offending pedophile.
Is that like... Are we... there's all these terms and like we established that some of them are too vague, and now I'm getting confused. I don't want you to gotcha me on something that like we just gave like 4 definitions for, and then came up with a new prefix of non-offending. Like,
well, he did, not me. Don't fucking put that on me.
Well, okay.
I didn't fucking say shit.
You know, that's actually a good phrase. I'm going to call Technicals a no-map when he was 19, and his character maybe has developed since. Well, I'll just say once a no-map, always a no. I don't know.
Okay, let's keep going.
For any other profession that involves children. But Tech's definition allows these people to weasel out on a technicality, and it becomes even more confusing as the video progresses. For instance, let's take someone who...
Uh-huh. Okay.
Sorry.
More than likely could be categorized as a pedophile, EDP 445. EDP had messaged multiple underage girls, and despite almost getting caught one time, still ends up in a sting operation with a 13-year-old. People who are pedophiles like children. Repeat offenders literally cannot help themselves. It's classified in the DSM-5 as a paraphilic disorder, which means that they have persistent sexual urges or
Okay, yeah, that's the thing that I keep trying to like get across to people. I understand pedophiles like flying under the fucking radar, but I mean, his whole thing of being caught with that girl, which he didn't realize she was recording the messages at the time, right? Like, he's clearly not being all that careful in talking to minors, right? I don't know, but like, if he's actually attracted to kids, actually, yes. The idea that he suddenly turns it off for like, 7 fucking years is bizarre and absurd to me.
I actually don't think it, like, here's... Like, you mentioned stuff about, like, no one else being caught. Like, since I don't have evidence to prove that there's been anything bad going on there, I don't think you have evidence that with every person who's, like, had one offense when they were a young adult and, like, never done it again, you can never prove that they just weren't ever... Some people... just like have an urge, but like they get caught once, and so they have to fight their... And some like there's an entire therapy for it where you like can basically try to undo your pedophilia.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's like some sort of therapy for that.
Oh, well, okay. I don't think that that's what's going on here. Because, like, here's the thing. No,
not necessarily, but he could just, like,
maybe
stop going after them. He already is attracted to a wife.
Okay, look. If he was actually under somebody's radar, then all of everything that you're saying is making total sense. But, like, he was only growing in popularity at this time. So, like, this idea that he has even more influence and even more access to kids to the point where he's literally leading a team of minors that are playing the game, right? And nothing happens. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if you want me to believe he's actually a fucking like, find me something, like an accusation that he was inappropriate, that he was getting too close, that he was asking one of these players too many questions about like a sister or something.
I'm not
right?
talking about that point. I just
mean this idea that, you know, 7 years of no activity would be completely fucking irrelevant is stupid as shit to me. Like, I get the idea of like, like one victim's enough. I get it. But like, yeah, if you want me to believe he's a fucking pedophile, like I kind of want to I kind of want to see some fucking proof for it. Right? I don't think the stuff with that girl is proof that he has an unnatural attraction to children that he can't control.
Well, I mean, to teens, 14.
I'm gonna say children to refer to minors under the age of. Well, let's just say 16, just to, so everybody's happy. Fucking Christ.
Okay, sorry.
I get it. I'm an old guy, so like for me, you know, there's not much of a difference between someone who's 14 and 18 because they're both stupid fucking children.
Oh.
Yeah, no, like disrespect to anybody around those age groups other than you're all in fact stupid fucking children.
Well, okay, I wasn't like talking about. Well, I'm basic. Yeah, I'm just in the one's enough boat. I'm not saying that like there is anything. I'm not saying there has been any repeat offenses at all.
Yeah, I get it.
Another thing I'm just saying is like the idea of just realizing it's bad, stopping, but still having the attraction. That makes perfect sense. Usually people are like, they know they're it's pretty clear who they're attracted to by the time they're like 19 or 20.
Yeah, look, here's the thing though, right? Like, you know, Steve put this take out there, right? 19 and 14 it's still two teenagers, right? No, I mean, in terms of like, maybe just because I'm like too fucking old at this point to look at it differently. Like, I just don't see that much difference between teenagers in different age groups. Like, I mean, they're just dumb fucking kids to me. But in reality, right, it's not like I have a 19-year-old creeping around 11 and 12-year-olds, right?
Right.
I mean, look, how's a simple way of explaining this, right? If I took one person's 14, one person's 16, I put them side by side with each other, right? You're not going to be able to tell me the difference. Like, you're not going to be able to tell me who is 14 and who is 16 generally.
I think,
right?
Oh, it's weird. Maybe it's because I'm close enough to being a teen.
Maybe
I could.
Maybe you can. I never could growing up.
I think it's like there's a stiff, like when it's the 2 year. I think 2 years like where it kind of meshes, but like
yeah, I mean,
3,
like
4.
About, yeah, I mean, we're like the 2 year thing and everything.
19 and 14, it's just like night and day. If I were to see something like that, it'd be super obvious to me.
Well, 19 and 14 probably, but like also I don't think that it'd be unnatural for like an 18 or 19-year-old to still be attracted to people that are teenagers.
Oh, right. I mean, if you're 18, you're going to be with 17-year-olds.
No. To be clear, right? I'm just talking about like just that baseline attraction, right? Acting on it is where it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Right? Acting on is where it becomes a problem. So it seems like ZeRo, just based on what we could prove with the messages, was going up to a line, right? But then when we see the other messages where it's being broken off, he's acknowledging that she's way too young for him, right?
Yeah.
So I think that the attraction itself was not unnatural, right? In the sense that it's an attraction that he has to this day because it's weird and wrong and creepy and shit, right? I still think the 1914, well, I'm not okay with it, right? I would not be okay with the 19 acting out on a fucking 14-year-old. Absolutely not. The fucking attraction and shit, I mean, like, that part itself doesn't seem unnatural for a teenager to be attracted to another teenager.
Honestly, no matter which way I respond, I'm not sure.
I could be wrong. I'm not gonna lie. It's just because I'm so fucking old.
No matter which way I respond, I don't think it'd be a good idea for me to with my face on screen. So let's move on.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like, as far as it goes, I want to know though if that attraction he had back then is an attraction he still has today, because that to me would be him being a fucking pedo and shit, right? Or him having unnatural urges towards kids. I don't think that's been established.
I think you'd have to get into like real fucking archaic weird science.
I would need to see like even someone saying that like at a tournament that, you know, they caught him like staring at some teenager's ass or something, right? Literally anything. But like there really isn't anything beyond that point. And I'm like, dude, even if you want to tell me like you just got like really good at keeping it secret or something, I don't think that this guy is like competent enough to like be really good at being that slick, right?
Well, I don't think you'd have to like be that slick. It's just like, don't be super fucking extreme about it.
I'll put it like this: for 7 years, never act out on your sexual urges.
Well, there's a thing where a lot of
there's a thing that you know that's not going to happen.
No, it's very common for like people who are like attracted to kids, apparently, that like sometimes a lot of them are attracted to both adults and kids, so they like just, and like he has a fucking wife now. He's satisfied with that. I think it was sort of, but you know.
Yeah. So anyways, like,
and besides, it's like another
look,
just like
the thing is like the 19 and the 14 thing. I think it's absolutely wrong that he was talking to her. Like whether or not the attraction itself is proof of anything, it's still wrong that he would choose to talk to her, right? I want to know though, is he still attracted to 14-year-olds today? Is that his unnatural attraction to children that he will act out on, right? I don't think that that's the case. I think this is somebody who made a seriously gross, wrong lapse in judgment, right? Like a
severe lapse in judgment.
Yeah. The most extreme way I could fucking say it, like he slammed his fucking forehead into fucking concrete, right? But I'm going just by what the messages prove, not her other allegations on top of it, just what the messages actually prove. It doesn't show in those messages him engaging and instructing her to behave in a sexual manner.
Well, I think the severe lapse in judgment is like, since we don't know,
like contacting her in general at this point, like and even the relation of those messages, like the flirting, right? I think goes, you could even say, beyond a severe lapse in judgment, right?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, you know, can't really prove anything's gonna. I think it's just like he had one chance and he blew it. That's my point of view. It's too much of a, even if it's really, really unlikely he'll ever be a danger again, I just think it's even like a 1%, even like if this already happened, I think that's just too much of a risk to do it again. Even though I don't even think it's necessarily likely. The trajectory doesn't seem likely, but I don't want to risk it for, it seems like, why risk it, you know? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I've never been the type of person to sit there and say, yeah, I punish somebody based on what I think that they might do when they hadn't actually done it in the past.
But they have.
No, I mean, yeah, but I'm saying like flirting is much different from sexting, which is much different from actually engaging in like video chats, which is much different from actually engaging in physical activity, right?
And my bar
there are definitely
flirting
scales
is too far. And my bar
is there's like what's absolutely fucking worse. I think that it's all fucking gross and wrong.
Yeah, but my bar is that flirting is too far, in my opinion. So that's my stance. And obviously, once again, for the billionth time, we can't do any shit about someone going to YouTube. Just like, okay,
yeah,
that sucks. I'll just tell my cousins, don't go to this YouTube channel if they are.
Yeah, look, it's a stupid argument to fucking do that. But like, also, like, there are problems with those messages, right? I need to figure out what they are.
About children and act on them, or it causes them extreme distress or difficulty in their interpersonal relationships.
In this part of the video, Technicals completely misrepresents the DSM-5. I can't tell if this is due to pure ignorance or him trying to build a narrative, but I'll let you decide. In response to the question of, is ZeRo a pedophile, he references pedophilic disorder and
Okay.
Reads out the qualifiers. But the only problem with this is that pedophilia and pedophilic disorder are two very different things. In fact, the DSM-5 actually makes the distinction in 6 different places. In the new...
Okay, let's see. Okay, so diagnostic features. Okay. Then these individuals have a pedophilic sexual interest, but not pedophilic disorder.
Yeah, that's pretty clear.
Yeah, it is.
The DSM-5 actually makes the distinction.
I think this is a really good point on John's part.
Different places.
Okay, so let's see. So pedophilic disorder and what was the other one?
He references pedophilic disorder and reads out the qualifiers. But the only problem with this is that pedophilia and pedophilic disorder are two very different things. In fact, the DSM-5 actually...
Okay. So pedophilic disorder would be the correct terminology to determine if he's an actual threat to fucking kids then, because his definition, John Swan's definition of pedophilia, would literally rope in people that we would never call a fucking pedophile, which would include...
But if we were just to focus on the argument...
I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Well, that was
I'm literally not going to do that because John Swan is telling me to accept a definition that labels Zaptai a pedophile, so I'm not going to do it. Right? If his argument is, well, you see that Technicals was actually using this when you could literally just classify him as this instead. Well, no, at that point, I think the pedophilic disorder is the one that's an actual threat to fucking children.
That's true. But
Since
I think
it's pedophilia, no, only because, I'm sorry, pedophilia would, based on the way John Swan is defining it in his video, would encompass Zaptai and Pieman and literally any like fucking teen that's attracted to a teen.
Yeah, but there are people arguing it, and so from a technical perspective, like from the technical definitions and like the fact that people like no one uses disorder, no one says disorder, or like people do, but not many. So this isn't emotional, this isn't even moral, this is probably amoral actually, but technically very correct. Maybe this is what you were getting at with the whole like lying with facts thing earlier.
Yeah, right? Look,
it's interesting though, because like technically it's kind of theoretically should be a big deal.
I mean, he's criticizing Technicals for like not using the correct definition on ZeRo, right? But like it's pretty clear Technicals is defining the correct term for who is an actual threat to kids. Meanwhile, John Swan's definition is so fucking broad, it would literally encompass Zaptai and Pieman. And we know that they are not okay with that. So I have no clue why he would put this into his fucking video. Other than he just thinks it's an own on fucking Technicals, when in reality, like, I mean, I just went through it, so whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, thinking about it, it's like, it's kind of weird because, like, it is interesting because, like, this video, it's pretty good at accomplishing, at a character attack. But, like, it's not necessarily a thing you want to be good at. Like, this is something that's always bothered me about John Swan more than most of the other commentary channels. Like, most of them are, like, a mix of a little bit of evil and stupidity. John Swan...
That comment was hilarious. He missed pedophile ZeRo.
But John Swan, like, he's always been very smart, which is a little scary. Like, the others, when they're bad or amoral, they're idiots. John's fucking smart. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, I look at this and I'm going, realistically, to criticize Technicals on this seems like incredibly disingenuous, like ridiculously disingenuous, especially when your own definition for what you're trying to classify this guy as literally encompasses that pie.
Like, I put like for a while, like I put like John Swan on my. This list changes all the time, so don't. And also, there's like rules for some like criminals can't go on it, but like there's a little top 10 worst YouTubers list I'm making that I've seen. So that, but John Swan was on there for a little while, and he still managed to rope me through this. So I don't know if this says bad things about me or says that he's very good at this underhanded shit, because this fucking tricked me.
I mean, like, I think that would trick anybody, though, right? Because, like, look, he's technically, like, John Swan is correct,
and the
right?
documents are very
in
clear,
terms of like the actual definitions that he is showing, right? But in reality, we don't use pedophile or pedophilic. We don't use those terms properly when we're discussing shit like this.
That's
don't.
Sneaky.
We don't.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Technicals is using the definition that most people would fucking use, right? Nobody would use John Swan's fucking definition because you'd literally start roping in people that you know aren't pedophiles.
Like, I'm always used to, like, trying to debunk. Like, one thing is, like, I'm so used to people going easy mode. Like, they give me, like, they provide evidence, and 2 words they show fucking contradict each other. So now I'm having to do, like, some actual thinking and see, oh, this seems like it contradicts each other. Oh, wait, but this is. But given the connotations versus the denotations, it's meant. That's fuck. He's smart.
Makes the distinction in 6 different places. In the new DSM-5, pedophilia is depathologized by differentiating between the sexual preference for prepubescent children and the disorder in case of additional factors. These factors include experiencing significant distress.
Okay. Stop getting all fucking hyper technical when you read out that it's, sexual preference for prepubescent children.
Like, anyone want to make a drinking game of every time we say technical?
Can I just like skip through this section? Because like, holy shit, dude, AIDS.
Either admitted this information or he just didn't read it. And you should probably do that.
Oh, dude, fuck off. Fuck off.
We skipped a big section where, like, he went to another technical definition of the pedo disorder versus thing, and, like, it was the documents.
Yeah, over here he tries to say clinically this is an important distinction because a high percentage of pedophiles do not act on their sexual urges. Again, because then he switches to talking about his version of what he's calling ZeRo. But your problem is, according to what you've already said, ZeRo acted on those urges, right? Because he says multiple times.
Oh, actually, can we, like, there's like something else. Can we keep playing? I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's kind of, I think it's a little important.
Go back or just keep playing?
Keep going.
Do not act on their sexual urges, and 40 to 50% of sex offenders that have engaged in sexual contact with children have equal or higher sexual arousal with adults. But of course,
that's what I was talking about.
This
what I was talking about with, like, how a lot of the time, like, it is entirely possible for someone to just be like, just stop with kids and just stick to adults because they're attracted to both. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Okay, so then, like, at that point, then realistically, you would never be able to come to a point where you're like, yeah, that guy's not a pedophile because of one instance when he was 19 years old, in which case the evidence for it is very dubious, right? And we've already gone through the issues with the accusation, but we're going to hang our hats on on a handful of messages that look like they may have been crossing a line.
Well, it depends on, like, what you're planning on the punishment being.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the planning on the punishment is he's not allowed to have an online presence, period, for the rest of his life.
But no one can allow that, so that doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what people think the punishment should be, because it seems like we're saying he shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, period, ever, which, I mean, realistically, that's not going to happen anyways. But I'm trying to figure out what the actual punishment people want here. Like,
well,
now, if you believe,
how does every cancel campaign go? Listen to us.
Well, I mean,
you are going to listen and bow down, and then you apologize.
Let's be honest. They want him to kill himself. Jisoo, like flat out said she wanted ZeRo to kill himself.
Jesus. Even John Swan admits Jesus a bitch.
No, of course. I'm just saying, like, I there's no other end game here other than you just want ZeRo to fucking just end himself, because you're not gonna be able to stop him from the YouTube channel, right? He's still banned from the Smash tournaments. I mean, he's I don't know. I really don't understand what exactly the fucking end game here is, but it just seems like we're hyper focused on the ZeRo asshole. And Nairo, the guy that actually fucks kids, is still has his YouTube channel and is still going to Smash tournaments where he still has access to all these children. Yeah, man.
information, or he just didn't read it. And you should probably do that if you're trying to make the argument that ZeRo is not a pedophile.
Your goal is to prove that ZeRo's...
Okay, so like there you go. Him being not a pedophile, right? John Swan's entire thing is that he's using a different definition than what Technicals is using, but like John Swan's definition is fucking warped and stupid and includes way too many people that we know are not pedophiles.
The dictionary needs a bit of an overhaul just for that.
Yeah.
They updated racism recently in the last 10 years or something.
Well, I think over here they're going to play the clip where like Technicals goes like, you know, it was a pedophilic act, right? And then they go like, well, do you think someone commit a pedophilic act, not be a pedophile? He goes, yeah. They go like, well, I mean, look, I mean, technically that's what they were accusing his brother of doing, right? Dropping a dick pic into a group with that had minors in it, right?
Yeah.
Like, that would be a pedophilic act. We know his brother's not a pedophile. But John's like, the only reason why I'm saying that is because they brought his brother into it, so I may as well like fucking use it, right?
Yeah, and it does sound like if you were to bring that up, like you'd have to condemn Zaptai, which is ironic because like John Swan's point is saying that if like this guy has Technicals would have to condemn God, there's too many fucking names I can't figure. Like Tech's brother must condemn Tech if he condemn ZeRo.
Yeah, which to me is just bizarre because, like, again, they said Tech's brother isn't a pedo.
It's not bizarre. They're pussies. Commentary channels are pussies, and they're so edgy. They're like, that's what even in fucking 2016, like the whole Leafy fell because he was an edgelord, and then he pointed out that he cried about Chin.
Hold on. So the whole thing here, right? The whole thing here, fucking, it's going to be that he committed a pedophilic act, and they're gonna act like it's a fucking like win or something. I'm like, you already conceded ground with Technical's brother on this point. Like, John Swan shouldn't have put it into his fucking video, but he's an idiot, and he's being led by idiots.
He's not a pedophile, right?
Yes. Pedophilic disorder has a much higher bar, and thus the qualifiers that he reads out cannot reasonably be applied to ZeRo. There is no clinically accepted definition for pedophilia. It just doesn't exist. So let's remove the DSM-5 for a minute and focus on the definition that is generally agreed upon. Sexual feelings directed towards children.
Oh yeah, go fuck yourself. Fuck off. I'm done. Fuck you. Let's like, how do I like fucking talk about this anymore? He literally just said, well, let's remove the DSM-5 because that definition is just way too strict. Let's go. This is the most widely accepted one. This, like, okay, guys, unironically, right? Unironically, John Swan is calling Zaptai a pedophile and Pieman a pedophile again. That's literally what this definition is. Like, what am I supposed to fucking say or do about that, right? Like, and it's not just John Swan has featured this in his fucking video twice now, right? It's that everybody in fucking commentary promoted this shit and didn't say, bro, like remove that, like at least that.
Does it specify children of a parent? Anyone with parents?
It doesn't say anything, and technically it says children, so I think that they're like the actual term here is referring to people that are under the age of 13, right?
Children could also mean someone's son or daughter, which is everyone.
Look, I'm just saying, this here is like really fucking dumb. This is really fucking dumb. But like for him to say like, I'm going to, okay. So because Technicals use definition that's too strict and it's so ridiculous, nobody would ever use it. I'm going to remove the DSM-5 entirely because there's no medical term for pedophilia. And we're just going to use the most broad definition we can. Fuck off. Fuck off. Like, what am I even supposed to argue here? That's absurd. And you're a fucking idiot if you actually fucking bought that. God damn.
British pedophilia.
By the way, I would absolutely fucking love it if someone wanted to come in and say that I'm fucking wrong there, because it'd be like, then Zaptai's a fucking pedophile. Like, I don't feel that way, but like, that's the only definition. Like, based on this definition, that happened. He did feel strong sexual urges towards her. Like, she was sending him images in her underwear. He just thought she was a different age. This doesn't tell me that, only, but not if you're catfished. Like, it doesn't say not if you're fucking catfish, does it? You fucking idiots.
That's not just a problem with the definition. That's a big problem in law. That's such a big problem in law. Just like so many people get catfished with like 17 and 21-year-olds, and sometimes it goes bad. Even though, you know, whatever Romeo Juliet statutes, just people get in trouble for that shit.
Yeah. All right, let's finish.
Under this definition, would ZeRo be considered a pedophile? Just to remind you, when he was 19, ZeRo groomed a 14-year-old girl.
Well, yes, he would, and so would Zaptai. Look, I don't need you to fucking give it to me like of the fifth fucking dime, dude. Like, yes, he would be, because your definition is overtly fucking broad, you absolute fucking lemming.
Months, and pressured her to send him pictures of her performing sex acts. So,
okay. Hasn't been proven any of the messages, but she made the claim. So John Swan in his video is saying that definitively happened.
Yeah, so I think
this is the part where his video just goes completely off the fucking rails.
I thought it was in the 30s. So I still do feel like, even though we don't have the proof, like, we should figure out if tech specifically denounces it before, like, really going after John Swan about it.
Well, look, I'm pretty sure he fucking does, because he's sitting there losing his shit that the Smash community is allowed a dude who literally fucks children at their tournaments.
No, I'm referring to the this video itself.
I understand. I mean, like, in terms of like what Technicals is saying, I'm pretty sure Technicals is not okay with that.
No, I'm not saying okay with. I'm saying, like, if he said it happened, or if he said it didn't happen or not.
Okay. I'm just gonna hit play. I'm sorry. We gotta like speed through this part.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Let's skip some of this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a bunch of Augie shit.
Yeah, I'll save Augie for later. Don't worry. Now, okay, the Team ZeRo stuff. I think this is where it gets kind of weird, right? Actually, let me see here.
Where they go, well, he never was weird around me. How does that prove he's not a pedophile? That just proves he didn't molest them.
This is just saying that he's not manipulating the children of the community, because I directly show a quote from Leffen saying that if he wasn't removed, he would still be manipulating children in the community.
I don't want to be a dick, but it's like, oh, you're not a pedophile? Okay, dude. Name every child in the community. Oh, we'll interview every single one of them.
Fucking God.
I'm just saying,
yeah, look, honestly, I think that's disingenuous too. If he's literally, like, if he's leading a team of minors, right? He has access not only to those minors, but to their siblings, people that they're dating, other orbiters around them, right? Just general children that go to these fucking events and shit. So yes, I think it doesn't definitively prove anything, right? But what it does say is that for 7 years, you do not have another instance that you can go ahead and reference.
I don't think Technicals should have interviewed other, like, 2 kids in the first place at all. Because, like, then it suddenly opens up the case of, like, okay, so it's like, why you even need to prove it with, like, 2 like, just these 2? Okay, these 2 weren't groomed, okay. It kind of would have been, not necessarily implied, but, like, no one can prove it either way. And now you're trying to prove that it didn't happen with 2. It kind of opens... there's like
no. I think that he does the right thing here, because if he's going to go talk about ZeRo, right, and he knows ZeRo had access to kids for a very long time, it would make sense that he would reach out to people on that team and try to understand if something occurred prior to making a statement on ZeRo, because it'd be really fucked up if he came out there with the fucking video and literally, like, the next day someone from Team ZeRo showed up and said, like, you know, ZeRo, like, forced me to send nudes of my sister to him or some stupid shit like that, right?
I didn't think about the insurance aspect of it.
Well, I mean, just in general, it makes sense to go reach out first and just see if anybody had ever said anything at the time, right?
Yeah.
Like, and to be clear, it's a team of people. You only need to talk to a few people at most to figure out if there was anything going around the team.
Well, he should have at least... Well, if, like, he did going by that logic, I think for just his own sake, we don't know. He should have, like, at least reached out to everyone on the team. Not necessarily get a response from everyone, but just so that it's like, if he reached out to 90% of them, got a response from 3 of them, and then the one person he didn't reach out to, that would still happen.
I don't know. Like maybe he reached out to more. He only got responses from 2 people.
We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. But at the end of the day, though, like, yeah, it is a relevant factor. Whether or not it can be like definitively proven, I don't know. But like, yeah, I think that is like relevant. That, you know, because I don't think ZeRo has ever been portrayed as a fucking mastermind. He does not seem like a very intelligent individual. So the idea that he would be like planning all of these steps to cover his fucking tracks, it just doesn't track with who that dude is, right? It just does not track. So maybe, but like, I don't think so. A lot of this is on the Team ZeRo stuff, and I don't want to get into the John Swan making jokes about how, because there were no girls on the team, nobody got molested or some stupid shit. Like, I don't think that's a point that I can really like refute because of the fucking brain damage that's involved there. Now,
well,
I know
I mean,
you said,
to
like,
be fair, it is
yeah.
like something pretty. I think it's something that should be addressed. That's like, I mean, there's gay pedophiles, straight pedophiles, bi pedophiles. You know, it's like,
yeah. I mean, look, like, I mean, in terms of like, you know, yes, I get what you're saying. He's clearly females, right? Like girls,
yeah,
not boys. And it's a team of boys, but like
everyone in his life has been a woman.
yeah, but my point is those boys have other family members, they have other classmates. He has access. He is a key figure in their lives. That's literally what a pedophile tries to do. So he was literally there. These are the things I'm talking about, like when you're overlooking them. Yeah, you can say, well, nothing happened. Remember, like look at the coaches that get busted, right? They insert themselves into a position in these kids' lives where they are looked up to. It gives them access because they have their trust. Okay. So you had a situation just like that, and nothing seems to have happened. That would be relevant to whether or not he is an actual threat towards kids or displays an unnatural attraction towards them. But look, I honestly don't have too much more to go over because this part is mostly on the ZeRo stuff. And look, man, we know what happens towards the end of this fucking video. Right?
Yeah.
And you've already disavowed the end of the video, so I'm not entirely sure that there's any point in bringing it up.
I remember I wrote some notes for some of the. I pointed out some specific things wrong.
Well,
like,
is there anything like specifically you bring up with the timestamp and I can just go to that point?
Yeah, actually I do.
Yeah, let's do that.
4405. I mentioned, why are the commentary communities associating with Tech's brother if his scandal was so bad? Since that timestamp, I guess, like shows that even the commentary were with these people at the time.
Look, their argument is that they never heard about any of this stuff, and I'm sitting there going like, well, this is about a year ago when it broke. Technicals made a fucking video about it. You guys
public.
like all act like you were friends with Technicals and shit. Let's be honest, you don't watch his content and you didn't pay attention to anything he was doing.
Yeah, that's charitable. That's the charitable definition. I mean,
I don't think that there's
non-charitable.
I don't think that they knew. Honestly, I don't think that they knew.
Okay,
I think it came up later. But at the end of the day, just because somebody delivers dirt for you to use doesn't mean you're obligated to use it against your enemies.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that with like, there's a couple there's like one video that's really long that I'm making that for a while people were giving me like so much fucking information and half of it was bullshit. I remember that. Like, it was one that I'm still working on now. It's gonna be on Harley, and like near April, like I was just getting spammed with shit, and like most of it was just bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you know something fun I'm doing right now?
What?
I'm plotting out with somebody really awesome. Let's see what are they saying? Oh yeah. Okay, they totally got what I was going for. Okay. I'm working with an artist on a little comic.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
at the time of these allegations and has since amassed an audience of nearly 1 million followers on TikTok, over 40,000 YouTube subscribers, and 12,000 Twitch followers. Back in the day, this situation got so big that Tech had to make a public response. Tech still shouts him out publicly and talks him up on podcasts.
The guy in that sketch is my brother. He's also a content creator.
Oh, what's his channel?
Pixel Drink. He's also on TikTok.
Yeah, check that shit out.
He was even at VidCon this year, rubbing shoulders with some of the biggest creators in commentary.
Just to clarify, this is the same guy we met at VidCon?
Yeah. This is definitely fair game.
Oh yeah,
So,
that definitely proves that was just like.
Hold on. That's why it's fair game, because he's. Okay. I got what Comment Cop was saying now. He's fair game because he's a public figure. I can't figure out how it's relevant to this fucking case, you fucking lemming. Jesus Christ. Like that's what it is now. Oh, he's a public figure, so it's okay to talk about it. Absolutely. I agree. He's a public figure, it's okay to talk about it, and you had a fucking year to do it.
Oh, and this, okay, here's one thing I label as the worst part of the video at 54:41.
Okay, which one?
54:41.
54. Well, I mean, like, dude, the motivation section, this was the part where I guess, like, people are fucking fuming on it. I'm like, why am I even gonna fucking get angry? John Swan's video is trash. Sorry, 54, whatever.
41, 54:41.
Sending nudes and lewd images of themselves, and he did absolutely nothing to stop them. His brother seemed to notice that sexual stuff was talked about very often. So Tech, as the leader, had to have been aware of this as well, right? And yet, he doesn't address this anywhere in his response at all. I'm not trying to imply anything here, but this is incredibly strange.
He says, I'm not trying to imply anything here.
You know what? Let's, guys, just be honest. You fucking hate this technicals guy. I don't know what it is, but you must fucking despise him.
Fucking,
right? Like,
I'm not trying to imply anything.
Like, Jesus Christ, man. What am I like? I can't fucking. I literally can't stand you, little fucking bastards. Like that is. You guys are such dirty fucking pool. Like playing directly from the bottom of the deck whenever you fucking can. Jesus, man. That's the big fucking draw. It's because he's a public figure. Like fucking Christ, dude. Go fuck yourself.
My last thing I have in
now,
my
this is John Swan's big fucking major video, right? This is his return because apparently Kai wasn't enough. What's up,
to be fair, that was great.
The Kai thing was good. But like honestly, the Kai thing was like if he had fucked it up, he shouldn't just retire from YouTube. He should have like retired from the planet because like there's no way you could lose that fucking debate.
I mean, the thing is with Kai is like up until that copyright saga, no matter how fucking stupid the things he said was, he was always for some fucking reason portrayed in the right, even though he said the stupidest shit imaginable.
Yeah.
It lasted way too. But one last thing I have in my script at 56:53.
Well, that's like the very end.
Yeah.
Okay, right there.
Because these, it's important not to let facts be dictated by your feelings.
That's also ironic.
I think it's hilarious because like they've been telling people like not to question the girl. Actually, I got to pull up Cordwood's fucking thread because I said I was going to do it before I left. Cordwood.
Oh shoot, Cordwood, like he's like one of those guys who's like kind of nice, but he kind of uses his niceness to be like, stop bullying my friend who deserves bullying.
Oh no, I think Cordwood's a piece of shit.
I don't know enough about
him. No. I'm just gonna call him a piece of shit. I don't even fucking care.
Okay.
I don't know the kid, but when you're putting shit out like this, I'm just gonna say you're a piece of shit. I know everyone seems to be burying the hatchet now. I have a note to add that irks me. What I'm scared of is how adapted we have come to stories about grooming that people make judgments without even considering Katie's point of view. Bitch, I don't need to read through this fucking thread to know how fucking stupid that is. Look, the whole reason why Me Too went off the fucking rails is because people literally started to promote Believe All Women, and it led to some absurdly stupid and deranged actions, right? Look, I'm not saying Katie could be like legitimately 100% real. Katie be some fucking catfish. Katie be fucking Jizu. Katie be fucking Leffen. I don't give a shit, right? Katie's anonymous. She's put out her claims fucking anonymously. I don't care how she feels about it. Like, I don't even know who this bitch is.
I think, like, maybe sort of we should give some benefit of the doubt to Court, like, because, like, everything he posts is, like...
No.
It's pretty, like, he can be kind... Okay.
Look, these are serious claims, right? And it's being put out by an anonymous source. And I'm being told that I shouldn't question what's going on, right? Because I'm not considering how this anonymous person, who I literally don't even know what her fucking name is.
Does he
right?
mention, like, don't question or, like, don't judge Katie? It looks like it's like he just wants the POV to be considered.
I don't care. Like, what's considering your point of view going to do for me? I already did that when I told people, stop telling people not to donate to Jizu's fucking lawsuit legal defense fund because he's clearly trying to unmask Katie. And they all sat there and went and disavowed Jizu's lawsuit. So I go, like, you clearly don't fucking care about this bitch. I cared about it more than you guys did. I literally can't fucking give a shit at this point.
Well, one thing a lot of people do, like, in this situation is, like, completely forget about the victims and just weaponize things to fling at each other. Like with the Augie stuff, it's like clearly was just using this person who they believed is a victim to get at technicals because he slighted them.
Yeah, I hear it, right? Like, could you imagine the stress that would put on someone with a genuine story like hers? Like, I don't think it is, man. Like, honestly, I'll figure it out. Like, I'm pretty good at digging. Then some guy makes a video in an attempt to exonerate her predator, describing her experience as a slip up and how he was emotionally immature, even though ZeRo was the adult, she was the child. Yep, I'm gonna think. If it takes me 3 years, I'll figure out what fucking happened here. They're like pissed so many people off. They're like, it's so evident, you asshole. Then it
was like the last thing in my video, like the video, like I said this in response. I think you don't need to play the video; you'll understand.
I wanted to get to the shit with ZeRo and Technicals trying to unmask Katie, and like I know I think that's probably the worst thing that was thrown in Technical's face because it makes it look like he's literally trying to dox the accuser, but I want to know who she is too.
Honestly, I didn't actually think that's not what I saw. Maybe I missed it. But like when I saw it, I was just kind of thinking, wow, he does kind of, he seems like he's just kind of, it looks like he's trying to trick Katie from those messages. That's what it looked like at first. I'm too tired to know anymore. But
yeah, I mean, like we can dig into it a little bit later another night and everything because it's been like 4.5 hours.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, and first off, Comic Cop, thank you. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, I specifically say Jizu because I fucking hate that bitch. She's a fucking used cum rag. Now, in terms of like them trying to unmask Katie, look, we know ZeRo's going through a lawsuit on it, and figuring out who that girl is pretty important for that. So yeah, that makes sense. And I want to know too, because like I'm never okay with anonymous allegations. I don't care.
Oh yeah, that bothers me.
Yeah, I don't care if there's enough there for you guys. Like I know something, like I know someone's lying about something here, and I'll figure out what it is. You guys can all fucking sit there and joke.
Who the fuck is Jason?
Jason?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Like they were randomly referred to as Jason in the screenshots, which like what? That was confusing.
Don't worry about it, buddy. We'll figure it out. It's for like 4:30 in the morning. Let's go to bed.
Okay.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Wait, can I say one thing?
No.
Okay.
No, can we go?
Okay,
what do you want to say? What do you want to say?
Okay, apparently like at 56:53 I wrote, John, you spent an entire year apologizing for a nothing burger and insisting you should be forgiven. And you're yelling at someone to not be forgiven for their past and moving on. I don't know.
I mean, dude, like
false equivalency. Yeah.
I mean, probably. In reality, though, there is like massive fucking projection that comes off with John Swan's video.
Oh
and
yeah.
We didn't play through that part, but like there's a moment where he talks about how, oh, you know, maybe actually, fuck, I should have just played in his video. Hold on, let me go back.
I remember like he said that, oh, this is totally not a way to get back into good graces with the commentary community because Technicals is ratioing them. That means I should be on their side.
Okay. Here's where I wanted to get to.
I don't.
This is the one thing I wanted to show in his fucking video. And I almost like exit without.
Oh, I
playing.
like that face.
Okay. He goes like, he doesn't buy it, but he goes like, okay, so why did ZeRo stop? Listen to John Swan's actual brain damage explanation and the level of fucking projection that's going to come out here.
Did he stop? Well, there could be so many reasons why. He could have been caught by a friend or family member. Maybe he let it slip out during a conversation. Or maybe he got struck by paranoia from seeing something online.
Okay, so friend or family member, like when he admitted to that whole fucking dreams thing, he admitted that to a friend. He got paranoid when he saw something online. He saw the dream statement on Reddit and freaked the fuck out, which led to his whole fucking spiraling fucking shit show. And again, what screwed him over is because he admitted to a friend that yes, he did in fact do all that shit to dream. I don't know, man. Like I saw like levels of fucking projection off this idiot. That's fucking insane. Like that's what stopped him from being a pedophile, smart Alec. It was because something got said online. It was because a friend or a family member found out. First off, he didn't have friends because they all threw his ass straight under the fucking bus. And his family all lives in Chile. So like, what the fuck, man? His friends or his family found out. You fucking retard. The fucking, he saw a post online. Yeah, he saw a post like, come to fucking Jesus. And he gave up on being a pedophile.
I don't know. I think this part is just like, I don't think he's actually like trying to make any gotchas here. He's just trying to be like, okay.
No, I think he's literally, I think he's literally projecting in like the shit that caused him to spiral.
He does focus on that. So he like spent an entire year apologizing, like giving the worst apologies every 2 weeks for a year straight. No one talks about that.
Or like just because we don't know of this happening again doesn't mean it hasn't. And it doesn't mean that ZeRo should be allowed to post content for children again. I'm personally not comfortable with that at all.
I can't for the life of me point to anything that would correlate him being a current danger to children, like Leffen would suggest. ZeRo never exchanged images with Katie, which is his worst perceived crime to this day.
He asked for them, doesn't matter.
Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Like literally, okay. You would have to like.
Wait, go back to what Technical said.
Technical said that he didn't exchange any images, which is the worst claim against him, right?
Yeah.
And his argument is, oh, well, actually, that's not what's being said. It's that he requested them. But Technical didn't say in his video. Look, the easiest thing to do would just be, has anyone just asked Technicals what his fucking viewpoint on it was? Because I'm pretty sure he said it directly on fucking Twitter a few times.
He was posting so much.
Yeah, I know. But like, it's up to them to do fucking research. Like,
yeah.
or just like reach out and just ask the guy. Right? But you've been such jackasses. I can understand why it'd be so difficult to get a fucking comment out of it.
I remember the first thing I saw of this was just Nicholas and him and Technical spurging at each other, and they weren't even saying anything with substance.
Yeah.
And if he didn't receive any, the intent was still there. How many times do I?
Oh yeah, okay. You just show me where. You show me the fucking message, you fucking dipshit. Just show me the fucking message where he's like asking her to fucking do it. You fucking retard. Like you're sitting there going, "Oh my god, show me for the final time." I've been asking for day fucking 1, you dipshit, you motherfuckers. I've been asking like nonstop for someone to show me a fucking message, someone to show me anything that proves it. And all I get is her fucking claim and these assholes repeating it ad fucking nauseum. Ice cubes, all the ZeRo Ice Cube stories. Oh, that sounds chilly. Like, what the fuck? You're memeing this shit? Like, it's a fucking pedophile story. You're out there on fucking Twitter memeing it. Yeah, man. Like, everyone's taking this super fucking seriously. But also, John, oh my god, there's no evidence for it. And you think that with all your collective fucking autism from the entire commentary community, you could have just done like an answer research and actually like located a fucking message or found this fucking Katie girl and got a statement, some clarification, literally any fucking thing. It's okay. I can rub my face in fucking frustration over your guys' mental stupidity.
I have to go over this.
Nairo had undeniable sexual activity with a 15-year-old and has still not provided his full defense for his innocence. His attorney says that
Oh my gosh. Wait. Did you break up his statement? Look. Hey, John Swan, you fucking retard. The claim of him, like, you know, with fucking images of CP and like requesting it and shit or like exchanging it, whatever, right? Still doesn't equate to what fucking Nairo did. But it would be much worse than what you're saying about the intent. Him actually receiving the images would be substantially worse. But Nairo is still worse in every single fucking way, shape, and form.
He could ultimately exonerate him. So
John
why
Swan
hasn't
said that Nairo was
made it
worse.
Oh, I want to actually get to what he said about Nairo.
Sound really easy. If Nairo feels like his audience isn't owed a detailed explanation, then according to the severity of the allegations, he isn't owed a platform either.
So my question is, where do we draw the line? If Nairo isn't owned a platform because of the severity of the allegations against him, why should ZeRo be owned one? Sure.
Because one actually fucked a child twice. Like, I don't even know how you fucking, like, have this argument or conversation. One literally fucked a child twice. And, like, admitted to it. Admitted to doing it twice. And then later said, I'm innocent because actually he blackmailed me.
He does say, sure, sexual contact with a minor is certainly worse than what ZeRo did.
I mean, look, I'm just saying.
I don't agree with the argument of, like, if some people are doing it, I don't know who, but maybe people are doing it's whataboutism stuff, like, you know.
Look, I'll put it like this right now. I don't think you can literally get ZeRo or Nairo off of YouTube because YouTube's pretty clear. Like with Red Kiwis, they have no issues with him being on the platform. He doesn't violate any rules and he hasn't been arrested. So same thing with ZeRo and Nairo. But in terms of like fucking, how do you say it? Yeah, we're going to sleep now. Anyways, guys. Yeah, let's head out. It's too late to make any valid fucking points at this point.
Any closing statements?
Yeah. John Swan's a fucking bitch. Commentary community fucking sucks, and I can't wait for fucking Wednesday. Can we go now?
Me too.
I agree, though, and I probably lost this, but I still think that ZeRo is too creepy for the fucking whatever the fuck we were talking about.
Alec, you thinking he's too creepy? I have no issues with, right? Like, as long as you're willing to like sit through and like listen to people fucking talk and give their fucking opinions on shit and acknowledge where shit is wrong here, right? Like, of course, you're still entitled to your fucking opinion. It might be different than mine, but we got to acknowledge when someone half-asses their fucking job. Anyways, good night, guys. I'm ending the stream.
Okay.